Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Elite Youth Tour and the Elite Stream. Brought to you in part by Bullstream TV. Emil Williams Jr. here with you. Riley Smith, the president of the Elite Youth Tour, will join me in just a second. Top of the morning to you. You're on a wonderful Saturday afternoon, the final Saturday in the month of June. As we are literally halfway complete with 2025, which also means we're just about complete with the 2024-2025 Elite Youth Tour season. One more event to wrap up the 2025 season. That'll take place actually next weekend. It'll be on Sunday at Arena Lanes in Oak Lawn, Illinois. It's on the south side of Chicago, just on the outskirts of Chicago, Oak Lawn, right where they meet at 103rd and Cicero. So I hope you'll join us there. But of course, we've got a full tournament to handle here today, live from Arlington Lanes. Second time we have been here this season. Shout out to the good folks here in Arlington Lanes, my style and the crew. Last time we were here was March. And seen a lot of familiar faces from that same event, which is fantastic. A couple of things to note for you right off the bat. Of course, live streaming on the Elite Youth Tour Facebook page as always, but for the first time, the Elite Youth Tour also streaming on the EYT YouTube channel. Deandra Asbady and the staff have worked very hard with regard to just getting the channel. Oh, sorry, had to rip up some gap tape. But yeah, been working on that channel for a little bit. So thanks to the crew there as well, just to put the channel in a situation to where you can find some cool videos to watch, learn more about the EYT, player spotlights, staff spotlights, and some yesteryear footage as well. And now we are adding live streaming to the channel as well. So if you have not already, please head over to the Elite Youth Tour YouTube channel and subscribe, and make sure you turn on notifications. For the foreseeable future, we will try to stream and simulcast as much as possible, of course, on the Facebook page as well as the YouTube page. Probably at some point in the future, YouTube could become the exclusive home. We'll figure all that out, but you got to start with the test, and today is that test. Good afternoon to one of our faves, Linda, who is not a fave of mine right now. She is watching from Antigua. Well, Linda, that's a flex right there. But all jokes aside, I hope you're enjoying your time. Ooh, nearly a nice 4-7-9 conversion there. 4-pin goes right in front of the 9 for Catherine Hornerman. Afternoon to Jenny. Our guy Brian. Hello to Aaron. We've got 6 games of competition, specifically 6 games of qualifying here at Arlington Lanes on a pattern. Of course, Riley will join me, and then I'll have him break down the pattern. But it is the 2024 PBA PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles event. That's the lane pattern we are using. We'll see how the players will adapt. To our YouTube audience, and I know we got a couple players and folks, fans checking it out. Go ahead and just drop a chat, drop a comment. It could be a wave or a hi, just to let me know that everything works well. You can hear. In front of us, we've got 21 through 24. This is Kaylee Dangerfield on the right side. We just watched Catherine. JJ Quigley also on the pair, along with Dylan Scafetti James Prisbalinski on 21 and 22. Early crossover break there. Aiden Lee is also on 23 and 24. Looks like the Lake Michigan Cup is also happening this weekend. Helen with some great knowledge, helping us out with the info. So the Lake Michigan Cup, I think I've heard of this. Looks like, I think it's red, and you guys will tell me. The not every respective tour, but I feel like the respective tours in Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, Michigan, perhaps kind of through one tour or another, come up with a group of players to send to represent their respective state. Could be based on points at a particular tour. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I feel like that could have a little bit of a role in it. But shout out to those representing Illinois and certainly all around. Midwest has always been a hotbed for bowling, youth bowling certainly. What a bad shot there by young Dylan. See where he's playing. I'm playing a little further in at the moment. Oof. That's a tough one there for, we've got two Dylans. Then the balloon over on 21 and 22, and Dylan Scafetti on 23 and 24. Good spare for Dylan on 21 and 22. Let's throw the bowl metrics link for you. Get your results page here in just a minute. Matthew, tough frame there early. New lanes recently installed here at Arlington Lanes. We'll see if that has any effect, how it plays a role. I didn't have that much experience with the previous panels, and so I'll ask around just to see what comparisons we might have. Olivia Titus got to deal with a 7-pin here. And in our picture-in-picture there, we've got lanes 17 through 20. Just to our left, we'll check in on that group as well. Aiden Lee taking a re-rack. Sean Penderbay Jr. also on 21 and 22. That's got to hook a lot there for young Aiden. That's a lot of 8, though, as we like to say. A lot of 8. I'm assuming the young Tyler is bowling the Lake Michigan Cup. I think Luke Switolski is as well. That's already 2 really good players representing Illinois. Well, J.J. Quigley has come out on fire here. Spare 4-bagger. Same thing next door, too. Front 3-8 spare, 6 spare strike. So a couple of players, and even down on the high end, maybe a couple of messengers that are carrying. Oh, wow. Well, I mean, that's not what you want, right? Good shot there from Aiden. At least you know you threw a good shot, right? Yeah, he misses wide right, misses the head pin, comes back, throws a great shot, doesn't get rewarded, but you'll take the good shot part out of that. And then completes the frame with a spare. That's a good frame. And sometimes in bowling, we probably don't tell ourselves enough that we did have some good frames. We got some bad frames in there too, but I always like to, again, celebrate the small wins, right? Put a couple of good frames together, that's the goal. Mr. Dillon on 21 and 22. In work, Olivia Titus. I feel like Olivia won recently. It's been a few months since I've been at an EYT event. But I feel like Olivia won recently. All right, good shot there from Sean. He took his break back in, I think it was frame 3, went Brooklyn, but he has parlayed that. Hello, Sandy. Thanks for watching. Let us know who you're rooting for today. Who's your favorite player out there competing? There's a good one. Couple of good scores on 17 and 18. Well, Dylan's starting to find out with this 2-pin combinations on 22 specifically. Sandy's watching Olivia Titus, Brandy watching Kyle Hobson, or at least rooting for Kyle. Let's see where Kyle actually began. Kyle began down on the low end, lane 3. Let's see. Game 2 will be on 7. Game 3 would be 11. Game 4 would be 15. Game 5 would be, actually Kyle's going to end up on within camera range for the last 2 games, games 5 and 6. Players are skipping a pair today. Good shot there from Titus. Throwing something that looks to be somewhat strong. Doesn't seem like a bad idea. The pattern is 42 feet, 29.985 mils. Plenty of shape. Nice washout conversion there. From Kaylee Dangerfield. Oh, good carry. Love the reaction, too, here from young Dylan on 23 and 24. Again, 2 Dylans. There's one on 21 and 22 and one on 23 and 24. Best shot of the day so far for young Jonas. Trying to save 170. He can do that with one more here in the 10th frame. Sean's trying to rebound here. Don't want to end such a what it was a very good game brewing on a very tough notes. Missed a couple of single pins here back to back. Tenth frame on 23 and 24. JT Grothus, just an update on what's happening elsewhere on 17 and 18. He went gutter spare, double, 9 spare, now he's got a 5-bagger. It's a nice way to put together some score. A couple of good games over on 17 and 18 brewing. 240, 250 on the way. Aiden can get to the 220s, 200 even there for Sean Pendervay Jr. But Jonas does save the 170 game, 179 to be exact. All three in the 10th. Tough 3-9 here for Aiden Lee. Oh, hook. All right, 190 for Aiden. Quigley can strike to get to 200 even. Oh, wow. That was that was such an intriguing leave, or strike, I should say. That was that was about as odd as you might get right there. Take another look at that. Yeah, that was very strange. No, lean on it. I like Dylan's attitude about bowling. And I hope that means his attitude about life is the same. When we say like the definition of having fun as a player, as a bowler in general, that's the person. That's the person that I want to like. Yeah, I would point to Dylan's confetti right there. Got to push. Oh, look at the break. Celebrate it. That's right, Dylan. Because at the end of the day, kids just want to have fun. And bowling should be fun, even though, of course, you know, it feels like that the higher the level that we get, in some cases, the less fun we have because we're so intent on throwing good shots and having high scores. Olivia Titus finishes up. Nice job, Olivia. But Dylan, having a good time thus far. Other high scores of note, 233 over on 17 and 18. I believe that was JT. No, it was not JT Grothis, excuse me. JT, unfortunately, though, has a 3-9-10 to work with. That's an interesting lead, especially for a right. Kaylee Dangerfield finishing up. Grothis did make the spare. He's going to come over to 21 and 22. He will be in the 240s. Don't know if that's going to be the high game of anyone in game one. I see Jersey Asbetty down there striking. She got her first win last month at Lakes Bowl. Good spare there from Dangerfield. Brother Woodley is bowling here in this event. He's now in the U23 division. Competes collegiately at Judson University. It's about that time for many of our young players, of course, for those who are advancing or moving on to the collegiate world. And of course, we've got, I would anticipate 90% of the field, maybe 80% just to be generous or fair, will be bowling junior gold coming up in a couple of weeks. So these next 2 weekends, this one and of course next week, will be the final training ground preparations, if you will. Get players set and ready to go for junior gold. Look at Riley's take on his days of junior gold bowling. Look forward to hearing about that here in just a moment. Also, a little lane pattern breakdown here on game two. That's all coming up next. Moving right along.
It took me a minute to get back in and jump into the booth this morning. I was actually watching Chloe Sazega, 277 in her first game. She was on.
Well, that 240 is not the highest game of the day.
I think she was on 36 or so, somewhere around on the high pair, and started with, I think it was a 6 count, 7 count. Both were spares, and then she struck out from the third frame all the way to the last ball in the 12th shot. 277. That's the highest game that I've seen across the entire house. Like you said, saw a 245 and 230s, but I didn't see anything over 277.
that's an impressive score on this pattern. While we got a moment, Riley, let's go ahead and take a look at what's on the challenge here today. Again, it's the PBA PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles event, 2024 edition. So last year's lane pattern.
Yeah, we'll take you through it. You want to go through it right now?
Sure.
So as you mentioned, 2024 PBA PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles. Deandra Asbetti actually won this event a couple of years ago, I think with EJ Tackett.
Sure did.
And this year, so this is last year's pattern. If you look up the event for this year, the 2025 pattern is posted, but we're bowling on the previous year. It wasn't posted when we submitted all of our patterns. Total distance today is 42 feet in length. The total volume is just shy of 30 milliliters of oil, so 29.985 to be specific if you're keeping track at home. I round up to 30 there. The ratio, basically meaning how difficult it is 2.26 to 1 ratio. So essentially there's 2.26 extra milliliters of oil in the middle part of the lane than there is on the outside part of the lane, making this a difficult pattern. That means you need to be a lot more accurate with your shot. You need to repeat your shots. It's going to be more difficult to hit the pocket and throw strikes today. I always mention the equivalent to the house shot, where you just go and bowl a local league. That pattern could be in 15 to 1 ratio, 20 to 1 ratio. So a lot higher ratio, meaning there's more margin of error, and the tighter, smaller ratio is going to be more difficult. So the PBA and PWBA pros bowl on this pattern. Something else to mention is those are the main characteristics. So the rule of 31 would tell us that 42 minus 31, that's the number of feet, 42, would tell you to play around the 11 board for the break point. Now that's just how it plays on paper. When we dive into it a little bit deeper, we've got some dark red, a lighter red, and then the very light red or pinkish color. That's the amount of volume that is on the lane today. So a lot more volume in the front, I don't know, what is that, 3 or so feet, 5 feet on the lane? Actually 6 feet it looks like. And then it kind of tapers and gets a little bit into like a triangle motion as it goes down the lane a little bit further. That would tell me that it's wanting you to play a little bit further to the right. We've got a couple of, I'll call it stacks or blocks of oil that start on the right side of the screen and on the left side of the pattern. And where we have longer strips of blocks of oil before it moves into the next tier, that means we have extra hold on the lane. Now the first tier or block of oil that we see from about 6 feet to 15 feet, in my opinion, that's not enough oil to grant or warrant anyone playing very far to the right. The next block of oil is what I would try to take advantage of, which is about 15 feet to call it 23 feet of the lane, right around that 10 board. So I would imagine rule of 31 would come into play today based on how I see the blocks of oil on the lane. But like I said, that's just on paper. And mentioning Chloe earlier, she had 277. What I've seen, especially from her, she was laying the ball down on about 6 board, so she was pretty far right. Her break point was around the 5 board, so she was essentially playing this like a short pattern. She had a reactive, a strong asymmetric bowling ball in her hands that's going to rev up earlier, and she had a little bit of room to the right, a little bit of room to the left. Looking at other bowlers, there were a few bowlers that were around that second arrow, so that's the 10 board. And as long as you had enough surface to create a lot of friction, that look was also pretty good on the fresh in game number 1. Some bowlers that tried to play there a little bit deeper, if they didn't have enough surface on the ball, we saw them missing the head, just slightly missing the head pin, maybe like a 210 if you're a right-hander, which is, I think, a really good sign for game number 2 here. Based on what I saw, you know, relatively, I think exactly what we're trying to see. There's a look to get to the pocket. It's not easy, but there is a look, and if you can repeat some shots, you'll have a pretty good score up there. And then as I look at transition, I just imagine we're going to see breakdown around that second arrow, and then bowlers can just move, migrate left, right? After a couple of frames or a couple of games, we'll just see the right-handers move a little bit further left, find some fresh oil in the front part of the lanes. And I think that's all we're going to be looking at today. I don't expect anything crazy for our breakdown.
Well, that's a good thing. Sometimes it can be tricky. Obviously, transition can be tricky no matter what you do. But just seen a couple of players attack it. We've seen a fair share of urethane being used closer to the right, specifically for right-handers. Sean Penderbay Jr. started on 21 and 22. He was left-handed, but also using urethane to start.
Urethane has been interesting to watch on this pattern today as well. Thanks for mentioning that. I saw a couple of lefties trying urethane. I don't think Woodley Dangerfield was using urethane in the back part of his game. He had a shaky start. I didn't get to watch what ball he was throwing, but he was using a reactive in the back part. And from frames about 7 through 10, he had 4 strikes and 1 spare. That tells me I saw a couple of lefties using urethane, and the ball would react really early, or it would really not react at all. So that's the over-under look that I saw. Maybe someone will prove me wrong on the left side, but it didn't seem like urethane was the go-to option right there. And that's the fun thing about bowlers. Everyone's got different rev rate, ball speed, tilt, and also everyone's got their favorites, right? What is your A game? What do you like to see? What do your eyes like to see? And sometimes maybe there's a lefty, the only lefty that can get urethane to work, and everyone else is like, how is that person doing that? Well, everyone throws it a little bit different, and maybe just that extra confidence, or it really matches their A game. And those are the days you don't want to stop. You hope the tournament keeps going if you're that person with the unique ball roll that day.
Yeah, JT Grothis, Madison Sauls, Norway Jones, Ava Maza. And there's a young player on 17 and 18 who's got a nice support system. Maybe that's our U12 girls division, or at least part of it. Love seeing the U12 division in general, but the parents are so supportive, and the players themselves, like they're so supportive of each other at that age. I mean, across all ages, but I feel like you see it more in the U12 division.
It brings joy. You talked about the adult bowlers and some of the frustrations of, you got money on the line, you're trying to do good, and you're competitive. As you get older, it just seems like you kind of get more upset about stuff. But in the U12 division, like you said, it brings joy, brings refreshment to people like us, I think, as we watch. That this is, at the end of the day, this is a fun sport, a fun game that we get to play, and they bring out the pure joy in it.
Leia Basevic's at the bottom right of your screen. Just got some cool news for Leia. And Leia, Nehemiah Kiefer, and Kennedy Spears, they will all be involved in the Elite Youth Tour White Sox game outing tomorrow.
Yeah.
Nehemiah's throwing out the first pitch. He's been so good. Speaking of the U12, oh my goodness!
How did did we have a pin come out of the back?
How about that? Well, you don't see that made just like that every day. Nice job by Ava to handle that. That was the 3, 4, 6, 7, 10.
We're going to see Emil put some of his creativity and skills to work here as we get a replay. No pressure.
We don't want to zoom in too much, but we do want to see if a pin came from the back here.
Throwing a spare ball across lane, heading towards the right side of the 3-pin. And we do have a pin out of the back.
3 hit out of the back, and then the old domino effect. That's a nice way to make that happen. Nice little early highlight right there. We want to thank all of our sponsors here on the Elite Youth Tour. Storm, of course, Dexter, i5 Gear or H5G Brands Turbo, Gail Volschel, Fast Track Physio. Shout out to our guy Paul Schroeder. But I feel like that's not Paul's last name.
It is. Yeah. You think he's he looks like a different
Maybe it's been
Paul?
so long since I've seen him. And
Yeah, he got it.
And said his name. Nice bounce back there for Ava, too. Great shot there after handling the split conversion. I do think when I don't see him for a long time, but I'm starting to notice that about a lot of people. Right? If I don't see you for a while, I'm like, oh, is that person's last name? Ellen is rooting for all of the Judson bowlers, Chloe, Woody, Calix, and Aiden. We welcome you, of course, on our Elite Youth Tour Facebook page. We do have a few viewers checking in on the EYT YouTube channel. For those of you who are on Facebook, if you have not subscribed to the EYT YouTube channel, please do so, not just for potential live streaming, but all of the spotlight videos, player spotlight, staff spotlight, and all the other cool things that will be uploaded continuously on the channel. So that's another destination for you to grab some EYT content. So do not fret. Again, that is the Elite Youth Tour YouTube channel.
Making history today.
Yeah, YouTube.com/Elite Youth Tour. What type of history is it?
We are live on YouTube.
We are live. And that is historical. Santana Godwin rooting for Samantha Ruffin. See if any of those couple of players that have been mentioned are nearby. All right, Jones with a spare. Got to know Ray's mom this morning. Good to see her back out. She's been bowling a lot of events recently. You know, Pepsi, Elite Youth Tour, other local youth events. Not going to Junior Gold this year, but that is on the future docket. I gotta tell you, Riley, Ava Mazza, those are pretty good.
She really does. She's got a lot of leverage. That's the first thing I noticed watching a couple of her strike shots here. Strong hand position, good knee bend and balance, and then leverage. So she's really, her posture and physical game allows her to have that type of hand position. And when I talk about leverage, it's cutting the ball in half. You can see when she lets go of it, it's not that she's hitting up on it. It's not that she's like really trying to rev it up at all. It's really natural and smooth in the release. But leverage is what creates power. Losing leverage, you'll see a bowler maybe bail out of it and come up out of it. Maybe the ball will float right off their hand, but she is able to cut it in half a lot of leverage. I'm impressed. I don't think I've seen her bowl in person before. And back-to-back strikes. She's lined up.
Now that's a very unique last name. Right. When there's bowling related items and you have a last name that is directly correlated to a past really good bowler or great bowler, sometimes even Hall of Famers, try to do the research, but I feel like there is some relation to John.
We got Emil on the research team right now.
Yeah, I'm
digging into it.
I'm looking.
We'll keep an eye on bowler A over on 19 and 20. We've got an outage on 19, so there's a little bit of a stall, but bowler A, we'll figure out who it is. We've got the front five so far. It's almost like the Peterson that's going on not too far away. If a bowler's doing good and they're bowling the Peterson event, the tournament is known for doing this, and all the bowlers know that this will happen. If you're doing good, they're going to do anything they can to disrupt you, ruin your mojo, and just play with your mental game as well. That's what happened on 19 and 20. Not intentionally, of course. We don't do that here.
We do not do that here.
But I like to always make a reference like, oh, they're pulling the Peterson on you. Nice shot, little bit left of target, but it held. So that is a turkey for Ava.
All right, according to a couple of local newspapers that I've found some words regarding Ava in Michigan. Ava is the daughter of former PBA star John Mosman. Well,
You're all over it.
Needless to say, her future is bright. Doesn't take you long to watch and know, the collegiate universities, et cetera, and so forth, will be knocking on her door pretty soon, if not already. I would imagine probably already. Look a little bit for Norray. Let's see anyone play the gutter, but misses have been magnified though. If your miss is going right, it's tough unless your ball speed, much like we just saw right there, allows your equipment to make it back up the hill.
Yeah, that's the out of bounds. Ball speed has to be slower in order to get it back from there, or you need a lot of surface on the ball to get that to react out of the out of bounds area.
That's a tough, I hate that spare. There's so many ways you can miss the 1-2-8, but that's always the one.
Sleepers. I remember as maybe in the U12 division or in that age group, my mom would always be like, hey, take a look around the front pin. Is there a sleeper back there? That's how I always look around the pin. Any sleepers?
She was not leading you wrong. Not bad there by JT. Could just be me, but Riley, we've been around and you a little bit longer than me still, around this tour for many years now. And this is about the time we, toward the summer, right? Especially during the fall season, you start to kind of notice maybe there's some additional height growth that is taking place. It feels like JT is already moved up a couple of additional inches in height.
Oh, yeah. his knowledge, bowling knowledge, right? His smarts, bowling IQ, and stuff like that is a big thing that I've noticed. So many times we'll talk about physical game. They get taller, stronger. Their bowling, their ball speed goes faster, higher rev rate. And that's all happened with JT, which is all really positive. But the thing that I've noticed with him is the development of his bowling IQ. For example, today he's throwing urethane, which I wouldn't have seen out there, but he's throwing urethane in the part of the lane that's working. Maybe call it a year, 2, 3 years ago, as we've seen him develop, he may be throwing urethane but in the wrong part of the lane, or throwing a different ball in the wrong part of the lane. And that's the biggest thing I've noticed, is understanding ball reaction, lane play, getting lined up. That's the biggest improvement that I've seen in his game.
And that can take some time for players too.
I feel like I'm still working on it. But if you can get onto that, if you can catch on to it, you could have a low or mediocre physical game, but if you know where to be on the lane and the equipment to throw, you can compete with the best. You can compete with, the top players on the PBA if you want to go out there. And you don't have to have the best physical game, but if you find that ball, the line, and you're lined up with the greatest margin of error, you can compete with anybody.
That is Riley Smith, the president of the Elite Youth Tour. He is responsible for the choosing of our lane conditions that the players do bowl on. It is certainly not supposed to be easy here on the Elite Youth Tour. And, there's always a challenge. Some are, might be a little bit more on the surface, or according to the numbers of the pattern, a bit more scoreable than others, certainly, but that's with all patterns. It's Bear from Norway.
We haven't had a particularly short pattern in a while. I wonder if I should put one out in the next season.
Well, I tell you, those have become, now, I got to tell you this for sure. And I think I say this at the Battle Royale and other youth events or any event, that short patterns seem to have become more difficult.
Oh, yeah.
As the years have gone on. And I think a lot of it's because players, when they see short patterns, assume they can just kind of throw it to the gutter. And on most short patterns now, you can't just throw it to the gutter and anticipate friction. There is none. There's generally some OB out there.
So can you imagine, right, it's a short pattern, and you're telling the bowler you have to play right of first arrow.
Very strange.
You got to play right next to the other. And you have to, whatever it is, play direct. You can't throw it to the right, but you got to stay on the gutter. It messes with you. And then you try to throw urethane, but you have to be more direct. So you're not giving urethane a chance to hook roll, and go through the ball motion. And now you're like, well, my urethane isn't hooking. It's hitting the 3-pin in the face. So then I try to open my angle up and get some more friction. That doesn't work either. So short patterns, they've gotten to be really hard. I think it's the creativity of trying to navigate the urethane look. So you can't just pick up a urethane ball and go average 230, 240 and have a walk in the park on a short pattern. Now it's like you got to be able to adjust your ball speed, rev rate, and throw reactive on short, which is very difficult. Short patterns, call it 33 feet of oil on the lane. That leaves almost half the lane with no oil on it. It's giving me the heebie-jeebies.
The heebie-jeebies. I'm unsure if I've ever heard that prior to and used in a bowling broadcast / live stream before. The heebie-jeebies. I'm probably going to end up saying that probably next week at the anniversary open of the PWBA Tour.
We're making history on this broadcast today.
Norway could make a little history right here. All right, open frame there. Dennis Easley in the building. Shout out to Dennis. Yes, indeed, Dennis. That is me. Hope all is well with you. I did overhear, Dennis, that there was someone here from St. Charles, I think, or at least they bowled at St. Charles Lanes.
That is correct. I cannot remember the name right now. I walked in with them going back to my car this morning, and they're from the St. Louis area. I want to say this is maybe their 4th time coming up here, but it's always good to see them. She's a two-handed female in the U15 division.
Was it Olivia Titus?
Yes.
I didn't know she was from St. Louis.
Yeah, she's down there.
But yeah, she started on 21 and 22. She's over on 25 and 26 right now.
Awesome.
See, in fact, she's about to shoot 2-0 here. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I've missed a couple of events. Didn't Olivia win at some point? Recently?
Yeah,
fairly recently.
Her first tournament. This is all from memory. So her first tournament, she took 2nd place in. I think the 2nd tournament she took 2nd, and then the 3rd tournament she won.
That makes sense. Maybe it was River Ranch. I could be completely wrong making it up, but I knew I wasn't wrong.
Yeah.
Like, no, I think I was there when she won.
Yeah, it was not the last event. And I think River Ran might have been the one before it.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, she's a force. When she shows up, the girls know in her division that they've got good competition.
It's nice to, and I've had the luxury of, again, watching bowling at this level a lot, and also on the professional women's tour. And certainly at the collegiate level, but the amount of two-handed girls that we are seeing, that number certainly has increased and will continue to increase as more continue to pick up the style or switch to it.
Oh, get over there.
How about that?
Almost.
But Olivia, the way she gets it done too, pretty. I won't call it quite effortless per se, right? Because there's some level of effort. But depending on when one picks up the style or starts, there could be a little bit of additional movement, right? And I feel like she just doesn't have that.
Yeah.
To be at it so early, which really bodes well for her future. Only going to get stronger, of course, and she's already got a good handle on what's happening. Nice game down there too. She shot 203.
Yeah, good call out.
Shout out to Dennis for that. That was Dennis Easley. Speaking of St. Charles Lanes, Dennis is from the area. He used to probably still bowls league. Hopefully he does in St. Charles. And used to watch us and hang out with us, practice a ton back in my Lindenwood days. Nice to see a familiar face. Also, I want to give a shout out to our YouTube viewers, in particular AJ and Melissa, who are watching Leah Hopkins over in our picture-in-picture there on 19 and 20. Go next door quickly here just to give you a good shot of Leah, and there she is. Good shot there. Leah's got 126 in the 8th. I think she can finish it with 186. That's the score situation for Leah. Again, she's going to come over to our main channel or featured pairs here in a moment.
You avoided the announcer's jinx, so we got a strike out of her.
I'm not very good at that, especially on tour. The black cloud lives within us all.
I do want to mention you started talking about female two-handers. I feel maybe I got impatient waiting, but I feel like the two-hander female two-handers has taken longer than I expected to see that wave and the movement of more and more two-handed female bowlers. On the guy side, I mean, it's been here, right?
Sure.
It's been here for years, and I don't know what percentage of males are two-handed now, but it's a really high percent, probably over half. But on the female side, I would have expected that to pick up steam a little bit earlier. Maybe I was impatient with it. Belmo's been on tour for over a decade, right? And I guess I'm surprised. I'm kind of curious why the movement took so long on the female side, and now it's approaching us. And like you said, and maybe in the next year or 2 years, we'll see the overwhelming population of females throwing two-handed. But I thought this would have came already.
Well, I think I would say that I bet the number is probably higher than you think, like just in the grand scheme.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be certainly as high as the boys.
Yeah.
And that just might be because they picked it up sooner, certainly, right? Why it took so long per se? It could be that one thing where perhaps there was so much uncertainty, right? Just around the style itself. How is it going to help girls in that sense, right? This is what someone could have been saying.
Yeah.
Good break there for Ava. And also probably, they see Belmo do it, see Osku. For us, or I should say myself, Dennis will know what I'm talking about, watching Brian Valenta.
Yeah.
Right, but
The OG.
correct. But if there weren't any, if there had been an early woman or girl doing it, then we probably would have seen more girls do it faster.
Good point.
Or sooner, right? Because the representation part that does matter too. So if there was a girl doing it or a woman doing it, then like, oh, I could do this. Like I
like
could do that too.
That's a really good point.
Where a young male, right, who wants to hook it anyway probably, and see someone who hooks it twice as much as they do, it's kind of an easy decision, right? Oh, I'm gonna try this.
Yeah.
And see what happens. And so, I'd love to, like in a few years, maybe even 20 years from now, when the Belmo documentaries are all done, right, and the Oscars, and there's a great two-handed doc on, I know it was about really Anthony Simonson. They shot by Clark Bonnewell there. He's going to be in the two teens. It was about two-handed bowling. But I'd love to get to that point where we figure out maybe who was the first young lady to say, all right, I'm going to do this, and give it a try, and actually try it in competition and stuck with it. Because I feel like we could have had more players try it, but maybe they didn't stick with it, and we won't know that. It's a really good thought, though. But thinking about the ones that I've seen, people used to ask this on tour all the time, the PWBA tour. Hey, when are we going to see more two-handed players? And my answer was about 2027.
That was your prediction?
That was my answer.
Wow.
At the time, I was aware of players like Danielle Henderson,
Yeah.
And Victoria White. Like, I knew those players existed. Maggie Toma.
Okay. Yeah.
I was aware that those players existed, so I just started doing the math on when they finished college, when they might bowl on tour, on a full-time basis, quote unquote. So I always would say 2027. And we're about on pace.
Yeah.
Even though we've got more two-handed players who do bowl events now on tour than any year previously.
Yeah.
The last couple of years have been great to see that type of or that style of play in the women's game.
Great knowledge. That was a great segment right there. Thanks for dropping all that knowledge. I have a follow-up question for you, if I may.
Sure.
So your prediction was 2027 when we'd see a movement of two-handed females. When is your prediction? It's two-part.
Okay.
When's your prediction of the first female that will win on tour as a two-hander? And who is your thought on who it would be?
Winning, I would say soon, honestly.
Maybe this summer?
Yeah, because I'm trying to think. I've watched a couple of two-handed players already on tour this year. I don't think they're full-time, though.
Okay.
But once we get a player that's full-time or bowls more often than not, because the transition on tours is difficult, and that's what catches up certainly a lot of young players. But once we get that player who bowls often,
you need the events. You need to get whatever is 10, 20 events under your belt.
Yeah, and sometimes it's 5 or 6, just because there's just certain things you got to get used to.
Yeah.
Transition is one, and it just happens so differently. The one thing that I've noticed and learned about youth player or collegiate players, when they make that jump, they are used to the lanes transitioning in such a different way, right? Because generally the team philosophy is to do whatever it is that they want to do, right, to help the team compete or be better and get the lanes to the point where they like to score and score well. Well, that's so different than what they're used to when they get on tour.
Yeah.
Obviously, the goal still is to have the lanes be as good as they possibly can be, but generally everyone is kind of getting there in a different way. Different bowling balls are being used. Different surfaces are probably being used. The rev rates are a little different. So there's so many additional variables, I think, that for the first couple of events, not saying everybody, everybody can't be Jordan Snodgrass.
Yeah.
Everyone cannot be Jillian Martin.
Yeah.
Right? And so it just takes some other players a little bit more time to learn the small nuances. And once they get it, you see the you see the train moving
Yeah.
in the right direction. Many times I can watch their brain, like I can see them thinking about
Yep.
what the next move.
And they're starting to get it. And then they start to, you see them rise up on the leaderboard, and then next thing you know, they make a show.
Correct. And that's generally how it happens. It's a step ladder, not just the final part, but it truly is a step ladder when you step out on tour.
Yeah.
This is also true for not just the women's tour, but the men's tour as well. Those same, and there's obviously some differences. So I'm not saying that, but with regard to learning and handling transition in a different way from college to the pros, does take a little bit of time for most players. There are certainly some exceptions. And those, like a Ryan Barnes, for example, right? Cam Crow, right? Those individuals like that, their learning curve typically is a little bit faster.
Yeah, those are the sports unicorns. Do you want to throw a name out there who you predict, or are you gonna pass on that?
Since you said that, though, I've been trying to now think about who I've seen so far already this season. And there were a couple I thought that actually were really good. Let me do a quick search.
The first one that comes to my mind, and you're around the tour a lot more, so maybe you'll give us some names that I'm not familiar with. But is it Nora from Sweden or something?
Oh yes.
Yes. I forget her last name.
Johansson.
Johansson.
Yes, she would be one.
First time I saw her bowl was at the Queens event in Green Bay. I think that was 2 years ago now. Watched her throw a couple shots, and I'm thinking, I could see her win it on tour as one of the first two-handers.
Yeah, I think she would be a good example just in regards to just the transition part and kind of understanding that aspect of things. And it might even be subtly different from, bowling in Europe.
Yeah,
there's just so many various things that are different in that way. I still think Nora and Danielle Henderson are the two best.
Yeah.
Right now, with Victoria White right there, Maggie Toma right there, like just off the top, those would be the first few I would think about. And Nora has now the benefit of bowling on tour for 2 seasons.
Yeah.
She hasn't bowled every event, but she's bowled somewhere between like 4 and 6 of the last 2 years. Mm-hmm. And that's, again, invaluable experience. So next year, I could certainly see her winning. I could still see her winning this year if the cards were to fall and go her way.
Excellent. I love the conversation. I think that was an excellent segment.
It's something to always pay attention to, especially again in the women's game. Something to pay attention to right now too. Also is Blair. I believe it's Quinlan or Kinlan. Quinlan Biondo.
Yeah.
Is that part of the Biondo family?
That's right. Yeah. So Tara Quinlan is her mother. I actually went to McKendree. I think it was a year, maybe 2 years. We were at McKendree at the same time. And then her father is Brandon Biondo.
Wow, she's bowling already. Not only bowling, but bowling at the Elite Youth Tour.
I'm not sure if this is her first one. This is the first time I've seen her, so I'm not sure if she's been in other ones, but I believe this is her first event.
This is cool. She had been getting all of the applause that I was hearing earlier. She was making her way this way.
Saw a couple of strikes, and she made a 7 split. Didn't see what it was, but she made that on the previous pair.
Well, it's obviously in the genes.
Yes. So. Both. Tara was a beast to be reckoned with when she was bowling in college and around the high school time frame. Not sure if she still bowls. And then we all know Brandon Biondo, if you're from the area, the whole Biondo family. We know how talented they are.
We've got Jersey Asbeatty also in this group. Again, Jersey won U12 for her first win in May last month. Jessica Peevis, that's got to hook a little bit. Really like the way Jessica, her game just continues to evolve as well. Leah Basevic, Emily Schmidt. Leah Basevic is going to either give out or give the lineup card tomorrow. I forgot the other role. There's 3 players I talked about. Nehemiah's going to throw out the first pitch. Leah Basevic and Kennedy Spears are both involved. One's going to hand the lineup card over. and one will also be on the field, but I forgot what role
Is
they
it
will
the game
have.
ball?
Maybe, yes, the game ball. Someone's going to get the game ball, someone's going to get the lineup card, and the first pitch. Again, that's the EYT White Sox game. So if you're in the area, folks, and you're hanging out in Chicago, or you just say, hey, here's another way to support the EYT. You can also watch professional baseball at the same time. Don't make any White Sox jokes. I am a fan, so please. It's been hard enough. But definitely hang out. I think the link is still active on the EYT Facebook page for tickets. You can buy tickets with the select links right off the EYT Facebook page, and then some of that those proceeds or costs, I should say, will go back to the EYT, which is great. So you get a chance to watch baseball and support the EYT all at the same time.
Who are they playing tomorrow?
They're playing the San Francisco Giants.
Okay, cool. That's a team that made a big move, getting, I think his name is Rafael Devers.
Yep, they got Devers.
That's a big name if you're a baseball fan. So an intriguing matchup. Get a chance to see San Francisco come through.
Miss Hopkins has joined us here, and again, she's got a lot of fans. Shout out to all of the parents and the family members watching. It's interesting that they said that this is Leah's first EYT, but I feel like I've seen Leah now after seeing her bowl. I don't know which youth event it would have been. Perhaps Junior Gold, who knows? Leslie Majors.
Welcome to the EYT.
That's right.
Thanks for coming, and we hope you come back. And bring a friend with.
Let's take a look at bowl metrics here. I did pin that link, though. At least I thought I did. If you're on the Facebook page, I'll grab that link for you. If you are on the watching on YouTube, I'll pin that link for you as well. All right, so that is now pinned for our YouTube viewers. Again, we are streaming simultaneously, simulcasting here today on the EYT Facebook page and the EYT YouTube channel. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel, not just for not only future live streams, but also spotlight videos, school content, and more that will be on the way. Love to grow that channel just as well as we've grown the Facebook page and the Instagram channels as well. Samantha unable to break down that split on 21. Sevic. Has Leia moved up in divisions yet, or is she still technically a U12 ball?
I think she moved up.
Okay.
U15. We have bowl metrics. You want to take a look?
Good call. Good call, President. El Presidente.
I'm just here for support. I want to be right now. This is my goal.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry.
I might need to give a new link. Maybe that one didn't work.
Yeah, pull up a block now.
There we go. All right. So there's a few different steps to take.
Yeah, it's a different look. Some type of update went in.
All right, Leia is in the U15 division. Right now, speaking of that division, Ava Maza, 32 over after 2. Cameron
Nice.
Mills, 18 under. Kennedy Spears is 3rd. Jade Mazinis is 4th. Mikhail Butler is 5th. Abigail Kowalski is 6th. Olivia Titus 7th. Madison Sauls is 8th. And then U15 girls, we are taking the top 8. at minus 65. So right now, 8th for U15 girls, minus 65. The young Quinlan Biondo. Let me go back to U15 girls here real quick. That's a good shot.
Bone 8-pin. Solid stone 8-pin.
It's the reaction for me.
Yeah.
It's the reaction. It was the reaction for me. For young Leslie Majors here, who right now is at minus 43 for 2 games. Now, according to our divisions here on Bowl Metrics, Caitlin Stahl, who is bowling on 23 and 24, is still in the U12 division. Leslie Joe Majors. I love the name. That's a championship name.
Majors.
That is a championship name right there. Jersey Asbeatty, Abigail Denny, Samantha Ruffin. As we mentioned, Blair Quinlan Biondo, Caitlin Stahl, and Emily Schmidt, all in the U12 girls division. Probably see a few different names in just 2 months. There'll be some division changes with relation to the new USBC youth division changes. So we will follow suit here on the Elite Youth Tour. So effectively, I think we're adding a division, theoretically. U14.
That's correct. Yep. So we'll follow what the USBC is doing and add that division. And hopefully it keeps our entries up and increases our entries overall. It's come a long way, the divisions. It used to be basically just one whole
no divisions.
one youth tournament. That's what it was. Good luck, U12. You're going against a freshman in college.
Yeah, there certainly was a wide array or range of ages used to compete with one another.
It's kind of like you had to pay your dues as a young youth bowler. And as you aged, then it was your time to be the big shark.
In the U12 boys, you got about 10 U12 boys today, which is pretty great. Logan Jennings, Tristan Wilms, Branson Jones, Henry Mann, Nehemiah Kiefer, Caleb Boykin is bowling today. Great to see Charlie Jones, Logan Sternick, Stefan Henry, and Ryan Learn. U15 boys, JT Groth is 40 over, Dawson Cole 34 over. Eli Franco, who I believe shot 289 today, game 2.
Wow.
Now I forgot the trick that you always used to show me, how we can get to the game by game tally.
What other filters do we have? Total? Maybe I click on his name now.
Last one he bowled was
details. Expand the details.
Aha.
Then there you go.
Yep, 289 for Eli Franco. He was down on the high end of the building. Marco Mazza, and I believe, according to what I read earlier, that Marco is Ava's twin.
All right.
Speaking of the children of former PBA star John Mazza. I'd assume John might be in the building, in attendance somewhere. Good question from Helen Lee, as always. I don't know a viewer who asks better questions than Helen. It was actually something I was going to ask you, Riley. We do have new lane panels here in this wonderful venue known as Arlington Lanes. And Helen's question: what difference do you expect the new lanes to have for the bowlers?
Yep.
They did not have the new panels when we were here in March, and so what differences, generally speaking, when a center gets new lanes, and these look to be new HPL, and there's another variation from the cubicle perspective in regards to lane beds or lane panels. But what's the main difference, if you will?
Yep. I'll jump into a couple of thoughts that I have on that. So to begin with, the reason this center got new lanes is because the previous lanes were actually being taken out of USBC certification. They did not pass the topography tests, is what I understood. So this center got new lanes and had to restructure the topography that lays underneath the actual bowling lane. So they had to take new pieces of wood and restructure it, right? They had to take out the previous wood in the front part of the lane and build up and get proper topography underneath that bowling lane. So that's what I want to start with. Number one, that's why it happened. Number two is when there are new lanes put in, you need to understand if the bowling center adjusted the topography underneath the lane. That's number one. And number two, a part of it is if they did not adjust the topography. So what that means is, did they restructure and rebuild the foundation of the lane, or did they just take out the actual bowling lane and just put in a new one? Based on that answer, if they did restructure it or they did not, that means the topography will stay the same. If they did not make a change, the topography will change if they did adjust the structure of the lane. Understanding that, then you'll be able to take the next jump to a conclusion or an assumption, however you want to call it, that the lanes will either play similar to how they used to play or they did not play similar, okay? So following along that thought process, let's say the bowling center got new lanes, they adjusted the foundation so there's new topography on the lanes. When you bowl on it, they will be a little bit different than what you remember. On the other side, the bowling center gets new lanes. They did not adjust the topography, so the foundation's still the same. You can expect the topography to play pretty similar to the last time you bowled on that pair of lanes. I think the last thing I'll mention is that on a new pair of lanes, it generally plays a little bit tighter because there's not built-in friction and, you know, kind of wear and tear on the lanes that they previously had. So the previous lanes, call it 20, 25 years, it got wear and tear, just like a tire or a road. It's not the same as it was when it was first put in. So a new pair of lanes will play a little bit tighter because it does not have built-in friction. On today's lanes, for example, they are generally known to be a little bit softer and create a little bit more friction. So today, we're seeing some pretty good ball reactions. We're not seeing them play specifically tight. So I think with this specific type of lane that's new today, with the built-in friction and softness that it has, I don't think our bowlers are going to come out of this tournament and say, wow, you know, these brand new lanes played very different than what I'm used to. I don't expect that to happen today. So covered a good amount of ground. I hope it was simple for you guys to follow, and definitely open to taking follow-up questions if you have any.
Well, you know what the worst part about that is? Is that I had to talk to Dee for a minute until I missed 85% of what you said, but I know it was great. But I did want to listen intently just to add any follow-up questions, but I did catch the end of it, and it sounded like you weren't expecting a ton of difference.
Yeah. I'll give you a 30-second summary.
Okay.
So, particular to this center, they had to adjust the topography of the front part of their lanes.
Ooh,
From what I
okay.
understood, they did not pass USBC certification.
Gotcha.
That's the reason for the lanes. Number two, since they had to adjust the foundation, it's going to be new topography. So if you're used to lane 23, it always hooked in this part, or it never, you know, it always didn't hook in that part.
Right.
That'll be different now because they adjusted the base structure. And then with our lanes built-in softness already with this type of lane, like you mentioned, I don't think that the bowlers will be particularly confused or think that they bowled on something different. They'll probably walk away today and say, yeah, it was pretty normal.
Oh, I like that. Well done. Topography, one of the other bowling hidden, not quite the hidden gem, if you will, but if you can gain an understanding of that, of topography and how it relates and impacts Very important, especially as as you grow as a player.
Yeah. That's something. So topography can be seen, but only, I don't even know what the graphs are called, but only on a lane graph, right? So the USBC and whatnot, they can come in here and actually measure some of the peaks and valleys that go onto a bowling lane. That's topography. It's the lay of the land. Just like outside, we have hills and crevices. So that's also on a bowling lane, but it's so small to the naked eye that you cannot tell where the topography is at. The only way to see it is on a lane graph if they come through and put an analysis on it. That's something I really wish we could see with our naked eye. Obviously, there's no way that we can like engineer that I know of to make it visible to us. But imagine you're on a golf course. This is the best way to compare it. You're on the golf course, you're on the first tee. You look to the right, you see a sand trap. You look to the left, you see water. You look in the middle, and you see a couple of hills in the middle of the fairway. That's topography. We do not see that on a bowling lane. We just see arrows. You see a gloss on top of wood, and that's the best we get. But I would love to be able to see it. That would give a whole new perspective to the bowlers, but especially to the viewers. That's a whole different perspective.
Riley, I got to tell you, and you know this already. That was very good, by the way.
Thank you.
The U12 players, as we always talk about, I just watched the full shot, start to finish, from Leslie Joe Majors here. That physical game at that age, I mean, you just fast forward that 5 years from now. And that's, I mean, she could win junior gold right now with what she has. Like, but like, as we were just talking about with, you know, two-handed young girls, but I'm always looking ahead to, like, you know, in 5 years or 10 years, who's going to be on tour?
Yeah.
Leslie Joe Majors is going to be on tour.
Yes.
That's incredible stuff.
She's on the right steps. You know, I was thinking that too, is that I feel like if you put her physical game up against Ava and do like a side-by-side, right? We just had Ava on our featured pair, and do a side-by-side,
Yeah.
very similar. As far as we talked about leverage, ball roll, they're actually playing a really similar part of the lane today as well. Maybe that's why my mind is comparing them right now. But I would love to see them just like, you go on 22, Ava go on 23 and throw a shot at the same time, and you'll just see like very similar, which is a huge compliment to Leslie here. I think Ava's in the U15 division, if not U18, for Leslie to be in U12.
U15.
She's in U15, yeah. So for Leslie to have a similar ball roll, like you said, strength, leverage as a U15 bowler is she's off to a great start in her career.
I was just about to say the same about Caitlin, too. And I've seen Caitlin bowl, and that leverage continues to get better for Caitlin also. High flush this time.
Double going into the 10th frame. Pick up some extra pins for Leslie.
I mean, the group that is in front of us right now, I mean, you're looking at a couple of future champions. They could be at the professional level. They could be at the collegiate level. Nice spare by Jersey.
Sleeper.
It could be at the high school level. Obviously, already at the elite youth tour level, right? Many champions. But again, as someone who has spent so many years watching professional women's bowling, I generally know someone's going to have a chance to be special on that tour in particular, and there are several that we get a chance to watch every month. Like Emily Schmidt, for example. I think her title count just continues to grow.
She's nearly undefeated, it seems like. And there's a good reason why.
Her game's so simple. And to have simplicity, I mean, look at that. Well, let me finish Emily. So simple. Great family, too, by the way. Always supportive. Making the trip from Minnesota. Lefty, you can just see the simplicity only continuing, right? And there's ways to be better, but like to make your simple game so amazing, right? And she's going to continue to do those things. Been watching Leah here, Miss Hopkins. I like her ball roll, like just very smooth and easy right off the hand. So just a ton of things that, you know, as young players, you want to see, right? Because there's not a lot that you have to continue to work on. Of course, you want to get better. That's obvious. Leslie Joe. Oh, Leslie Joe Majors with the fist pump. Nicely done.
The number of bowlers in U12 and the talent, awesome spare by Blair, is almost like a battle royale or an EYT major-esque field today.
We're nearing the conclusion of game 3. Samantha Ruffin, Blair Quinlan Biondo about to take it home here. I was talking about just pure joy earlier, and how we always generally get that from the U12 division. That's exactly what we're getting more of. Another good shot from Jessica Peevis. That's got a peel, and it is. Just gets the A-pin out. Does Caitlin. These are your future junior gold champions. So it could be, they could win junior gold, heck, in a couple of weeks. I would not be shocked at all if I watched any of our elite U2 players bring home championships, because that's what we're kind of used to. I mean, Abby Starkey and Gianna Brandolino and Jillian and Cam Crow and Joss, Landon, Griffin. Like, we've been spoiled to some degree by getting a chance to watch these really great young people. All right, we're making the move, folks. Looks like all of our bowling on 17 through 24 is complete at the moment, so we're moving to game 4. Will give us a chance to take a small break, grab a little water, and we've got a couple more games for you, of course. This is just the beginning, qualifying, and then we'll get into our Eliminator format in the afternoon.
I have a question. Is Jimmy back yet? Yeah. Dude, they debuted at the tag team again. Oh, yeah. No, but I was like one match for like 10 dollars.
All right, folks. Few familiar faces here in our a lot of our U12 boys division. We had 10 U12 boys here today. And I think all of them are in front of you here on 21 through 24. And Caleb Boykin, Henry Mann, Charlie Jones, Brennan, Nehemiah, Logan. Here is young Caleb. Logan Stemig. Ryan Learn, Stephon Henry. Everybody checking out Kayla. We got some checking out Jaden Zennis. Where is Jade? Maybe she is close. But qualifying's kind of zipping through here. Already at the end of game 4, although it's like those on 27 and 28, they're just into frame number 5. Now that we have, looks like 3 games tally for the most part. There are a few we don't have in regards to our U12 boys. There are a couple players still in the minus 40s though, like Branson Jones might still be leading, followed by Logan Jennings, Tristan Wilms, for example, U12 girls. Caitlin Stoll at minus 62, Leslie Majors at minus 64. This will be a nice battle to the end. Taking top 4 in U12 girls and the top 5 in U12 boys. And U15 girls, Ava Maza still in the lead. Olivia Titus second, followed by Kennedy Spears, Abigail Kowalski, Leah Basevic. was talking about urethane use with Riley earlier, and he was actually surprised to see urethane. But this is kind of the one thing you'll obviously also see with young players, right? Where they're learning about lane play, what works, what doesn't work, in many cases on the fly. Nehemiah trying to battle back. Some good shots being thrown. There's Jade over on 19 and 20 with the Bears themed jersey. Straight to get it a 167. Well, Kayla will take that. There's a good one. It's a nice way to finish. I think what Nehemiah is going through is the kind of the battle with urethane on this pattern. Like it's just enough of an OB. All right, you'd like to have just a little bit of additional friction. I'd love to see him try reactive here on the fill. tough finish here for Nehemiah. He's got a little bit of work to do, trying to make sure he's in this number, top 5 for the boys. U12, that's going to advance to the Eliminator Finals. Henry's going to get himself another bowling ball to try. It's a good idea. All right, so all done here in front of us. Then we'll take you next door here in a moment. And a couple players kind of discuss their starts to the day. It's always interesting when you get a little bit of that info from the players themselves. U15 boys were taking 8 players. U15 girls were taking 8 players. So many in U18 boys were actually taking 10 today. U23 will get the top 4 advance. U18 girls taking the top 3 in U18 girls. All right, 1 player left. And 202 is in the vicinity. I'll figure out who that is because they're going to join us here on 21 and 22 in just a moment. Here in the call of raffle tickets by Corbin Sadowski. Corbin actually just took on the role of tournament director. That role was previously held by Rochelle Blake, who still will be a part of the EYT staff and crew, just not on a regular basis. She had some cool things going down in life, which is really great. Rochelle has been so wonderful for us and the players, the bowlers, the parents, keeping things set, running things in an efficient manner. All right, we should have bowling here in just a little bit. I think everybody on 21 and 22 and 23 and 24 are ready to bowl. Sarah Doty, Addison Cole, Kennedy Spears, who will also be involved tomorrow at the White Sox game. We'll have Demarion Brockman also on 21 and 22. Andrew Denny, Justin Freeberg. Justin was the first player here this morning. Jordan Land, also on 23 and 24. Ava Lewis on 23 and 24. Andrew coming off a 231 game on 19 and 20. How about that? Nicely done. Sarah Doty, multi-time champion now. Couple times over, big split conversion. Nice. Appreciate everybody for joining us. If you are just tuning in for the first time, this is Game 5 of 6 qualifying games. We'll be cutting each division to a particular number. It is based off entries. We're in that point of the pattern of the day, too, where the transition is somewhat significant. Brockman able to give it away from the pocket, and he's kind of in that little that bubble. So if you were to take the rule of 31, subtract 31 from 42. Again, so he's right in the track area, which is where you'd want to be with regard to break point. It's a good quality frame. Last time I saw Moo Cole, I noticed that she was throwing it much harder. I think the last time I saw her was the Wisconsin State High School tournament, I believe. Simulcasting today on both the EYT Facebook and EYT YouTube channel. First time streaming on the EYT YouTube channel. We appreciate you hanging out. I know Rachel's been in there watching on YouTube just about all day. Thank you to everyone else who has joined her throughout. Andrew having a difficult time right now trying to keep it to the right side of the head pin. Just looking at the pace of play as we have reached the halfway point of Game 5. Again, the Eliminator finals are going to take place probably 20 minutes or so after the conclusion of Game 6. Seven pin would not go for Mr. Freeberg. Again, he was here first. Talking about being early. Well, Doty, after making the big split about, what was it, about frame 3? No, frame 2. Managed to stay out of trouble. Difficult 9-pin for Moo Cole. I see a front 5 next door. 18 and 20 has been a decent scoreable pair today. 17 and 18 has had its moments too. We've also reached that point in the day where you can kind of tell there's definitely some frustrations. Those are two really good shots in a row. Justin. Kennedy right in the track area too. It's strange as you think that ball's going to hook, and it has trouble kind of getting up the hill. But if you move right, you have to be very steep. That's what JT Grothus was doing. He was kind of throwing it right at the gutter with urethane. He's had a pretty good day. Speaking of JT, for the most part, we'll take a look at the bowl metric standings. Again, those are pinned in the chat, in both chats, in fact. Hello, Kylie. That's a great question. They are bowling on the 2024 PBA PWBA Striking Against Breast Cancer Mixed Doubles event, lane condition. There it is on your screen, just so you can see it. Again, 42 feet, 2.26 to 1. You see the blend in the shape. Leads you to believe that there could be and should be something there near the gutter. Hasn't been the case for the most part, but again, if you are, for those who have tried to play the gutter, it's been an immediate kind of steepness to get it right quickly. Again, JT specifically had the best example I saw with urethane, because he can get it there quickly and it's not going to overreact down lane, which obviously is what you want in that situation. Front six next door on 19 and 20. Tell you who that is here in just a sec. Alexander. Oh, that's got to stay on the lane. It will. Again, Junior Gold is coming up. Nice tune-up here. One more next weekend with regard to the Elite Youth Tour. Eli Franco, I mentioned earlier, had 298. That's our high game of the day. Front seven still going down on 19 and 20. That's a big Doty double for Doty, excuse me. 30, 60, 90, 192. I saw Caleb Boykin able to carry what was going to be a 7-9. Good stuff there from Sarah Doty. Meanwhile, Jordan Landa. Love his jersey as well. He gets the first one of the 10, so he's going to be in the 2-0s. All right, 204 for Landa. That's the high game on 23 and 24. Alexander Ebby. That was a good shot. That was a very good shot. It's a good frame. Even better spare, though. Front 8 next door. That's a solid 203. All right, Mr. Brockman will close us out on 21 and 22. Then we go over to 17 to 20. 19 is currently being worked on. Great shot. Another good example of urethane, but again, a little bit of a higher rev rate. That one was in the oil. All right, next door we go. Got Gavin Neal, James Gochis. Neal is going to be on the right side of your screen. Thomas Cutsforth on the left side of your screen. He's going to take a re-rack. Looks like there was a pin missing. Front eight will be stepping up here shortly. Looks like it is. Well, it looks like it's everyone or the player that everyone's kind of been watching for a little bit. Got a lot of fans in the chat. It is Kyle Hobson who's got the front eight. Smooth two-hander. Oh, carry it. All right, this max is going to be course 279. Nice run here from Kyle. Let's see where Kyle is in the standings. Well, they're taking 10 for the U18 boys. And Hobson was at minus 70. If those scores are indeed all updated through 4, and it looks like they are. And 10th right now is minus 37.
I thought it was mine, so I dressed it, and I don't want it to get.
So there is a path for Kyle Hobson. If he marks here, we'll put him in the 270s. 260s, excuse me. And that would move him to plus. He's already going to be plus. Actually, no, that's not true. Double will get him to plus. A mark will get him within 10 pins of plus. And would put him right at the cusp of the top 10 with 1 game left, which is exactly where he'd want to be.
Microphone. I got my start talking like I know what I'm doing.
Nice fortunate break there for Hobson on the first shot in the 10th. That's got a hook. That's okay. He's going to be in the 260s, and he'll be right where he needs to be exactly. With 1 game left to give himself a chance to make the top 10 in the Eliminator finals here this afternoon. In fact, if he makes this, he'll be -1. And he made it. So Hobson goes from -70 to -1. Big game from him coming up, and he's going to be more than likely bowling in the Eliminator finals here later today. All right, this is the 6th and final game. On 21 and 22, we've got Thomas Cutsforth, Joseph Blonsky, Calix Oates, Nathan Noskal Sakai. Looks like a little bit of a small mix, but also on 19 and 20. That's kind of the rest of the U23. The rest of it also is on 21 and 22. Andy Fallon, also bowling in U23 today, along with Tyler Splitter, who might be next door. In fact, Tyler is indeed on 19 and 20. Chloe Saziga has been leading the way for 4. What a great season she had to close out her collegiate career at Judson University. Nathan Noskal Sakai to the University of St. Francis, Illinois. Then over on 23 and 24, mentioned Kyle Hobson. So Michael Caldwell bowling in U18 boys, along with Kyle Hobson again now at -1 after the 269 game. James Gochis also in U18 boys, along with Gavin Neal. Right now, as scores are being entered in real time, again, shout out to Bowl Metrics. Calix Oates. Calix got a big game chance. Kind of do the same thing that Hobson has done, perhaps. Big game, give himself a chance to make the number. Again, top 10 for U18 boys today. All right, so Blonsky with a washout. A couple of front threes here. Some really good scores next door. Sarah Doty went over to 25 and 26. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, Gavin, I feel that pain, my man. Oof. Wow. head pin in front, or I'm sorry, around the 10 on the washout converter. That's just a brutal break too. Absolutely brutal. We'll know a little bit more, and the story will become clearer as more scores get entered. All right, so it looks like everything is entered through 5 for U18 boys. Zach Grothus, plus 107. JJ Quigley, a plus 74. Jacob Holstein, Cody Knoll, Gabby Ebersol, Zach Benz, Ben Medina, Aiden Lee right now, plus 5. Kyle Hobson at -1 is now in the number. He is actually 9th, with Dylan Balloon 10th at -18. So there are some opportunities for players like Jaden Ramel or Grammel at -23. Jordan Landa, who we just saw, at -42. So we'll keep our eyes, of course, on Hobson. But Noah wants to keep his spot. He's plus 47. They are bowling, of course, on 23 and 24. Sarah Doty leading the way in U18 girls, taking 3 there. Morgan Morales, Olivia Cameron. In U23, of which the top 4 are going to advance to the Eliminator finals today. Chloe Saziga and Joseph Blonsky tied at 63 over. Nathan Noskals, Kai is at -22. That puts him in 3rd, and Thomas Cutsforth right now is 4th at -38, with Andy Fallon in 5th at -49. In U15 girls, Ava Maza has been very good throughout the day. She is 60 over, and the only player plus in U15 girls. Olivia Titus is 2nd, followed by Leah Bisevic, Abigail Kowalski, Nakale Butler. U15 girls, we are taking the top 8. So Butler at -88, Kennedy Spears right there in 6th, Jay Mazenis 7th, Leah Hopkins is 8th. And she's got to deal with a potential charge from Madison Sauls. 61 pin difference between 8th and 9th in U15 girls. Again, taking the top 8 there. In U15 boys, we are taking the top 8 also. Eli Franco. So Franco shot 289 and 298 today. I think everything that he's done has been actually on the high end. Of course, he made the flip to the low end, so we haven't seen him. Dawson Cole is 2nd in U15 boys, followed by Landon Jennings, JT Grothus, Jeffrey Caldwell, Benjamin Dahl, Kaiden Wilms, and Marco Mazza. After the conclusion of this game, there will be a small break. We will not shut down any streams. We'll throw up a message and let you know approximately what time we should be returning. It'll be about 20 minutes after the last ball is thrown. Oh, Blonsky. Nicely done there. Can tie for the U23 lead with Chloe Ciziga. Oh, Thomas has got to be careful here. By the way, in U12 girls, where we will be taking the top 4, Caitlin Stahl leading the way, followed by Leslie Majors, Emily Schmidt, Abigail Denny. That's 4th. And Samantha Ruffin in 5th. She is currently 65 pins back, speaking of Samantha. And then finally in U12 boys, taking the top 5, Logan Jennings, Branson Jones, Tristan Wilms, and there will be a battle between Henry Mann and Nehemiah Kiefer. Noah with some trouble. He's on split, 3-bagger split, but not in enough trouble to truly be concerned with regard to losing a spot. Meanwhile, Kyle Hobson has started to get hot at the right time. Kyle, a two-handed player. He's got the dual gloves going. I have seen a few players just over the years, especially youth players. I don't see a lot of adults do it. Well, a lot of youth players utilizing dual gloves. We thought that would help with some additional grip. Seven pin wiggled. 4-pin hit it, did not fall. Blonsky bowling like he wants to be the top seed. Unsure if he knows how close the scores are, but he's putting together a nice run. Speaking of nice runs, down on 17 and 18. I can't tell who that is at the moment, but we've got a spare 5-bagger situation, and those are the types of games that kind of move people in and out of the number. Looks like Ben Dahl, who is in the U15 boys division. He's currently in 6th, taking the top 8. That's who has the big game going, so he is trying to ensure his spot and even maybe move up. First couple seeds do get a 1-round bye. Actually, the top 2 seeds get a 2-round bye if you're in the top 8 or the top 10. You just got to relax. Alexander Eby, by the way, or Eby, excuse me, he's going to be in the 220s. And boy, for Alexander, he was 9th in U15 boys. He was 15 pins back of the number. Nicely done, 224. Big game. 254 by Sarah Doty to close out the top seed in U15 girls. I'm sorry, U18 girls. Kennedy Spears in U15 girls was 6th. And she has put together a nice game to close things out too. 215 to be exact for Spears, so she is more than likely going to advance to the Eliminator finals. One other player Marion Brockman was minus 53, taking again the top 10 to U18 boys. He's got a chance to shoot 230. He just got the first one in the 10th. One more does put him in the 230s. He'll at least make it close. Nathan all but locked up a spot now. Into U23 extended play this afternoon. Well, we might have a race here, folks. In U23, Andy Fallon not going away. Especially he's now Cutsforth, who can only get to 202. Best he can do is minus 36. Fallon is now pacing in the 230s. If he goes spare strike, that'd be 230. And he would move in front of Cutsforth. And Noskow not giving away any pins either. That was a really good shot there. From Thomas, and that right there is going to all but do it. Top 4 get in for U23. It looks like Andy Fallon is going to move in front of Cutsforth. Nathan never really given the pocket away. And now he's solidified himself a spot. Fallon will get count. All right, so let's see. Let's do the math. So Andy Fallon's going to be at minus 31. Cutsforth can only get to 182. And he cannot get to Fallon's number. And certainly no one else, including Chloe Saziga, is going to come back to the field enough for Cutsforth to advance in U23. Wow, he almost left an 8-10. Amanda watching, I got to tell you, Amanda, every Minnesota youth player I've ever seen, and this is not a facetious statement, but honestly, just about everyone that I've ever seen bowl generally comes to play, and I'm not just talking about the Elite Youth Tour, but Minnesota youth players are incredible. Hobson, bang, good shot. 5 in a row for Hobson, and he is not all but secured. U18 boys gonna be a little bit different with regard to how close their race is. All right, so U18 boys, take one more look at that. Nice job by Dylan Balloon to get to +2. Marion Brockman, he's going to be close at minus 29. Aiden Lee was 5 over. Intrigued to see what he ended up shooting. Again, taking the top 10 and a ton of scores not yet in. So we've got a long way to go. The high end is still competing. The low end is still competing. Good shot there from Nathan. Did you assume that J.J. Quigley would be in? Jacob Holste would probably be in as well. Cody Knoll, even though he went through some small struggles here, he should still be okay. All right, Hobson. So Kyle Hobson is all but in. So right now we're probably looking at Hobson. So I do know that Aiden Lee is +1, which might just be the number. Hobson is going to be, if he strikes, he'll be at +21. And then you got Zach Benz, Ben Medina to worry about. So let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It'll be close. Nice job by Nathan. 244. A couple of players, actually now one on the high end finishing up. And looks like we got about one pair in the 10th frame and one bowler in the 10th frame. So Hobson shoots 269 and 222 the last two games to more than likely advance to the Eliminator finals. Pretty impressive bowling. I don't know where Kyle Hobson is from. He could be local, he may not be, but very nice stretch of bowling to close out his block. Again, shout out to our YouTube crew who has been watching throughout the day. Again, do not go anywhere. At this point, we'll probably begin the finals at about 1 p.m. Central Time, more than likely. Well, Cody Knoll, who through the first few frames, you know, we've said he's okay. He's not in trouble yet. But he finishes here with 166. He's still going to be plus, though, and that's the most important part. Even though he did give 34 back, he'll finish at plus 13. It's be up to someone like Ben Medina. Ben Medina, Zach Benz, and Gary Ebersol. Those will be the players who will decide the U18 boys cut. Aiden Lee is at +1. With that, let's throw our message up on the screen. Again, we'll start at approximately 1 p.m. Central. We will keep it live right here. I will step away just to confirm everything. But make sure you are refreshing bowl metrics as the players turn in their score sheets. The picture starts to become just a little bit clearer. A lot of bowlers today, 95 bowlers. So pretty good amounts moving on to the Eliminator finals. We'll break all of that down for you and how each one works. How each division will work, who has seeds, first round buys or 2-round buys, and who does not.
Not only did the same two shots have drastically different ball reactions, but I'm executing the shot wonderfully. I can slam pocket. I put 1,500 on both of the balls that I sanded. I sanded the earth and got to 500. And it's weird because the outside wanted to hook sometimes. The last 5 frames is, with the earth, I just said 5 board is the gutter. 5 board's the new gutter, get it out there. And I aced every single one of them. Was it the 8 pin that cost me it, or? Even if you would have picked that both those spares, you would have got. You had 9 pin lead going in.
If you haven't already, too, by the way, folks, we'd love for you to share. Share the broadcast on YouTube. Share it all across your Facebook pages as well.
It was good seeing you. So we'll take it. Okay, so we'll get it. That'll be cool. Thank you. Yeah. I don't know if we'll do next Sunday. Because Jeff worries about Great Lakes and they've never had it. So
Maybe if I care when
right. And so it's like they want us to come to support because it's never been at Olympia.
not bad though for your first. Is this your first time, right? Yeah, it's not. Oh,
It's
second.
First, what? Second tournament, but first with the EYT year. It's the first year.
It's my first individual.
Oh wait, so did you do like the one with the parent? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, with David.
Dang.
I think I
2 more years. You did great.
You're lucky. I wish I had 2 more years.
Your dad has that? Oh, now you gotta go to adult stuff. That's not good. That's money.
Oh God.
And David didn't get to experience none of that.
never.
I've been trying, like, this is the only time I can find, like, tournaments, because I've been trying to, like, people who be talking about, like, when she was talking about junior gold earlier, I was like, how do we even get into that? Like, what the? I've been seeing people, like, with junior gold stuff, I'm just like, how you even sign up for that? And then before you...
I might think too, like his dad's a bowler, but he don't know. So his friend Lucas told them about this. Why he's been signing up.
I know, yeah, my friend also told me about this, too.
Yeah, until his season starts for late tech, but he can't bowl.
All right.
I carried the
How many-
nine I made the cut.
How many tournaments do you have normally have for school?
Like 11. They do it like every week.
Sometimes 2 days.
I still have to do magic.
Well done.
We only have, I think
Wanna
they
go
only had
scores?
one extra this year, so we're only have...
I am going to draw the raffle very soon. This is the last call. If you'd like to get in the raffle, go to the tournament check-in room, and you can still get in it.
Just to play scores.
No, it was top 10.
What are you?
12. If I carried the team, I think 4.
The second time we moved.
All right, last call for the
There's
raffle.
only about 16 things.
Last call. We've got an EYT backpack,
Yeah, if I
Dexter
carried the 9.
t-shirt, Elite Youth Tour t-shirt. We have a Storm Ball Cup, a pair of Dexter shoes, React to Scuff from Storm, Immortalizer, Storm Ball of Choice, and a Power Edge. Lots of stuff. Last call to get in.
They didn't make it.
Well, it's not, you know. He had a pad in there, but it was like stiff as a board. I don't know. That one seemed 500 pad did not seem anything like our 500. Is it really though? I mean, you just take the ball down to nothing. It'd be like a little golf ball, man. I think you should. The Vice one was pretty sticky. We didn't have it.
Alright, we're gonna draw in about 5 minutes. I do want to mention I have flyers for the 2026 year, starting in January. I have them here, and I have Battle Royale flyers. So, if you would like to take a couple to pass them out to other friends that maybe don't know about us, let me know. I'm at the counter, and I have some of those flyers that you can help me distribute.
Probably asking about that.
Also, you'll know, I haven't actually announced the schedule for 2026, so you can get first dibs here and check it out. But we are going to have an event in February in Romeoville on string pins. So that'll be different. That'll be a first for us. You're either going to love it or hate it. So come grab a schedule if you'd like for 2026 and the Battle Royale.
Why does it come at once?
Different colors. Green, khaki. But that material, or you want like the harder cake?
Golf. 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 Do you know what like the sport golf is?
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah.
Are you sure you know?
All right, we are missing a ball cup. It's clear and it has Leah on it. So if you saw it or maybe grabbed it by accident, it's a ball cup and it's clear and it has Leah on it. So please bring it to the counter if you see it or have it. get first dibs. Diane, you get first choice. Oh, are you sure you want the storm ball and not this storm cup?
Oh, okay. You can tell me today. Or you can email me. There's no expiration. Okay. So if you're waiting for him to come out or whatever, but if he knows, just address, how many pounds per second. Diane. Oh, that was Gary. Okay, what would you like? All of this. Next one, but I asked you only take it if you need new shoes. Okay. Yeah, backpack, we got this immortalizer. Cleaner. Yeah.
Addison Cole, you won. Dennis Wilms, you won. Jill Schmidt, you won.
Come on up.
We still have the shoes available, but I ask you only take them if you need new shoes.
You've got growing boys.
All right, we've got a UIT backpack, an immortalizer, we've got React to Stuff, Power Edge premium finishing product.
Alright, taking that, kiddo. Here we go. Hey, you're balling that. Your favorite one. Make sure it doesn't crack.
I was in a pro. I didn't know. What kind of shoes? I just want to make sure it's a break it.
Oh, it was first come first serve. I announced that don't take the shoes unless you are in need of them.
Christina Peoples, Michael Doty, Veronica P. We still have some prizes up here at Power Edge. React to Stuff, Dexter. Also, I want to mention you guys killed it with the raffle. We raised over $1,000 and over $500 is going to striking against breast cancer. So good job and thank you. Thank you so much. Donna Connors is going to be really happy when I bring it to her in Houston.
One game and then
Emily Schmidt, the number 3 seed Abigail Dini, and the number 2 seed Leslie Majors. You're going to be in the first match. 2 will advance. So the high 2 scorers will advance
They were
and
giving
will
each
face
other
the number 1 seed Caitlin Stahl.
So, high fives. So.
And then 1 game, the top 2 will then advance to the finals. In the U12 boys division, in the first match will be the number 5 seed Henry Mann versus the number 4 seed Tristan Williams versus the number 3 seed Branson Jones. You're going to bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance in the next round. You're going to be on 21 and 22. In the second round, the 2 advancers will face the number 2 seed Nehemiah Kiefer and the number 1 seed Logan Jennings. The top 2 then will advance to the finals. In the U15 girls, you'll be on 19 and 20.
All right, then you can see the fancy.
In the first round,
Really likes
will be the number 4 seed,
the silky one.
number 8 seed, Leah Hopkins
I think your mom got it.
versus the number 7 seed Jade Mazinas versus the number 6 seed Michael Butler
So water.
and the number 5 seed Leah Basevic. You're going to bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the next round where you'll face the number 3 seed Abigail Kowalski and the number 4 seed Kennedy Spears. You'll bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the next round. And the top 2 seeds will then enter the number 2 seed Olivia Titus and the number 1 seed Ava Maza. You're going to bowl 1 game and then 2 will advance to the finals. You'll be on lanes 19 and 20. If you have any questions, you'll see Jawan. He'll be down there helping. The U12 boys and girls, you'll have Steven down there. If you have any questions, Steven will be able to help you.
No. Are we on 21 and 22? Cool.
U15 boys, you'll be on 15 and 16. You'll also see Jawan. In the first match will be the number 8 seed Kaiden Wilms, and the number 7 seed Alexander Eby, and the number 6 seed Jeffrey Caldwell, and the number 5 seed JT Gratis. They'll bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the next round, where they'll face the number 3 seed Dawson Cole and the number 4 seed Benjamin Dahl. Not Dolly. Wait, no, Dolly. Dolly. Every time I think it's right, it's wrong. And you'll bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the next round, where you'll face the number 1 seed Eli Franco, who bowled a 298 and a 289 today. Well done. And the number 2 seed Landon Jennings. You'll bowl 1 game. The top 2 will advance to the finals. U18 girls. In the first round will be 23 and 24. You're going to see Riley if you have any questions. In the first round will be the number 3 seed Addison Cole versus the number 2 seed Olivia Cameron. 1 will advance to the finals to face the number 1 seed Sarah Doty. U18 boys, you have a lot in your division, so we're going to do the even and odd pod. In round 1, the even places will be on lanes 9 and 10, and the odd places will be on 11 and 12. In the first round of the even will be number 10 seed Marian Brockman, the number 8 seed Ada Lee, and the number 6 seed Cody Knoll. You're going to bowl 1 game. The top 2 from each even and odd pod will advance. So in the odd pod, the first round, number 9 seed Gary Ebersole versus the number 7 seed Dylan Balloon versus the number 5 seed Kyle Hobson. Same thing, you're going to bowl 1 game, 2 will advance to the next round. In the even round 2, you'll face the second round number 4 seed Ben Medina and the number 2 seed Zach Rothus. In the odd pod, you'll face the number 3 seed JJ Quigley and the number 1 seed Jacob Holst. will advance from that round to go to the finals. We're going to give you guys a chance to get to your lanes. If you're not bowling in the first round, you can warm up on lanes 3 till 6, 3 through 6. If you come in as a bye, you get 2 balls in each lane. That's how we're going to start it off right now. Everybody that bowls the first round will get 2 balls on each lane, and the byes that come in will also get the same.
Riley, you have the U18? I was thinking the U18. Thanks, God. Yeah, you're bowling in the first round. 9 to 9. I thought it was at 22, 23.
All good? All good? Yes, sir. All right, man. How are you? Yeah, very good. Just stopped by, say hi. Yeah, live 5 minutes away, so stop by. Got nothing to do on a Saturday now since the shop's closed on the weekends. Yeah. Yeah, no. If it wasn't, we're open 7 days during the fall. It's too busy over there. Yeah. I have somebody working for me at the shop there, but yeah. This kid did, we're open from 12 to 4 on Sunday. Like $500 or $600. We have a 9 a.m. men's league, 20 teams. We have a 12:30 mixed league, 22 teams. We have, this boggles my mind, a 4 o'clock mixed league, 32 teams. Weird.
I think I'm just used to seeing that.
It sounds like a weird, like, exactly. In the middle of the day, it's like, I don't want to be bowling, you know? Yeah. So, the first year I opened.
We follow, I bowl at 12. We got 2 for balance.
Okay.
There's a 4 o'clock full house league.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like bang, bang, bang. Like they're like on this side of the house, and then they're oiling that side, and then once they're done, they're like flipping them around. They're trying to get everything in there. Yeah. That place is just. Then we picked up another league on Thursday because we had one league kind of drop off. So we picked up a 16-team men's league on Thursday. Like the best bowler leagues like good 90, which is fine. Some guys love to drink. How many 38. Yeah. So, well, none of them go. No one league goes to full house. But we have like 2 leagues. Like we're full house. Like Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we're full house. But we have like 2 leagues going on, 3 leagues going on. basically Ben, our place, Morning Star. We have what? I can see it. Right. Right. Yeah. We have less right. Less right. Yeah. But your hillside's probably just right underneath us. I mean, that's what all these busy views. I mean, I don't think. Yeah, exactly. Saturday, like a 3 o'clock or Saturday league, and it's like oh, yeah. Okay.
There's always people coming from south side. They loaded
Okay.
to make this drive. Crazy to get to
Yeah.
hillside.
Yeah. That's crazy.
The dollars.
Yeah, I heard it's a big money league there. Yeah. I don't know. So I got crazy letter this week. They're getting inducted into the Chicago Hall of Fame. Yeah. So cool. Yeah. They only pick one person a year. Yeah. They used to be more. I don't know why they changed it. They changed it a couple years ago.
Not that that's that good, obviously.
And they should have. I would think they should have like a class. Yeah. So I had. So you need like pictures and stuff.
Why is everything going
So I
down? We're losing
asked
power.
Laura to take
Ours
pictures.
are 19 and 19 and 24.
But like, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I always say that.
Why they send everyone this? Why is everything going down?
Did you get that? Did you see that picture with Rochelle and Shaq? Yeah.
Tournament's canceled on.
He looks so small in the picture. Imagine it's like he stood up. His big. Oh, okay. Yeah.
I took 2 on 21.
Yeah.
Nobody got to finish their warm up.
Crazy how that all happened for her. She wasn't sure she was gonna go. I'm like,
Kick it back out.
they're opening this. I got nothing to do.
Oh, okay. Are you the spectator? Are you both? Oh, but it's only 4 letters, right? Oh, they got it. That's what I'm saying. Just wait for them to change it. Because there's only 4 of them up there. I mean, it's only 3 of them up there. Oh, okay, okay.
All right, folks, we have reached the finals, the Eliminator finals. Here are the June EYT, Emil Williams Jr., and now we will be joined during the finals by someone who lives just down the street. He had a rare weekend off, and he's spending it with us. We appreciate that. Rich Blake is in the building. Hello, Rich.
Hey, how you doing?
Appreciate you hanging out, man.
I got nothing better to do. Come watch bowling, right?
That's what you do all
That's
the time.
all I do. Yeah, yeah. I think I think if I counted how many days I'm not in a bowling center for the year, I think it's probably like you can count it with 2 hands at the most, maybe 1 hand. I don't know. It's pretty crazy. But bowling's giving me my life, so that's I'm all about it. Especially the youth.
We've got a couple of really good players here. I'll go through kind of the matches and where things are so you know exactly what's happening to our viewers. Thanks for hanging on. Our Facebook viewers as well as those watching on the EYT YouTube channel. So on 23 and 24, we have the U18 girls. Let me double check that. 23 and 24. Yes, the U18 girls only taking 3 today. So Addison Cole is facing Olivia Cameron, with the winner moving on to face should be Sarah Doty, which is indeed correct. Doty went plus 55 today. Great bowling by Sarah. Then on 21 and 22, seeing our some of our U12 boys division with Henry Mann, Tristan Wilms, and Branson Jones. And we took 5 for U12 boys. The top 2 seeds did get a 1-round bye. So you're watching the 3rd, 4th, and 5th seeds at the moment. Top 2 scores here will advance. We'll add in a couple of advancers after that. Top 2 scores again will advance until we have, of course, a championship match. We've seen Tristan, Henry, and Branson a little bit before in the past. Top 2 seeds there, though, are Logan Jennings and Nehemiah Kiefer. Then over on 19 and 20, we've got U15 girls.
Who's this girl on 18? She throws the ball amazing.
That is Leslie Joe Majors. You're referring to that's U12, by the way.
Okay.
But I'm saying that so you know.
That is amazing. Her
Just
hand.
for
I just saw the side of her hand at the bottom of the ball. I'm like, holy cow.
I'm saying that just for additional context. I mean, that's how I mentioned it earlier. Riley and I were discussing her. Looks like 19 and 20 just needed to either add a player, reset of some kind, but U15 girls is going down on 19 and 20. That'll be in the bottom right of your screen. We'll go back and forth a little bit more certainly here during the finals. With that said, while we wait on 21 and 22, we'll take a quick look next door Was again Leslie Joe Majors. Also in that group is Emily Schmidt. Really good group in the U12. In fact, I think almost every player right now that we've seen or is competing at the moment in U12 crossed together today. Caitlin Stahl leading the way. Again, Leslie Majors, Abigail Denny, and Emily Schmidt. I think Samantha Ruffin just missed out. And U12 girls taking the top 4. The lane condition today, Rich, was last year's Lucy pattern.
Okay.
Striking against breast cancer mixed doubles event.
Now hit. Have you seen any difference with the new lanes?
It's funny that Riley went through that.
Okay.
And he essentially got to the point of there wasn't a ton of difference.
Okay.
Just in relation, obviously, to this center. Although he did say that topography might be a little bit different because they did have to kind of level the fronts to some degree, and so that was very interesting as well. I was trying to remember exactly like how it went down in March, but I don't really recall scoring pace, and then obviously bowled on a completely different pattern. All of that stuff as well.
Looks good though. The lanes look really nice. They did a really good job with the install here.
Good spare there from Majors. We'll get you back next door real quick. Things are running smoothly again on 21. And these 3 young men are putting together a very, very nice start here.
Yes.
Again, Leah Hopkins, who was bowling or is bowling her first EYT, making her first finals appearance now on lane 20. Leah again, bowling with, well, I shouldn't say that, but I know there's a lot of fans of Leah Hopkins. So if it is Leah or Leia, just let me know in the chat, because I actually do know a Leia, and it is spelled the same. So I no longer can assume that when I see that spelling, it's Leah. I'd have to consider Leia, because I know a Leia. Not Princess Leia, but I know a Leia.
That's the only one I know.
Jade Mazinis and Nikhil Butler also on 19 and 20. If you have any other questions, our U12, I'm sorry, our U18 boys, they're on 9 and 10 and 11 and 12, and they are split into 2 groups, odds and even seeds. And they essentially will battle until they get down to 2. And then that championship match is going to be down on 21 and 22, so they can be on the live stream. U23 is going to be on 13 and 14 for the first couple rounds, and then their championship will be on 23 and 24. A shot there from Tristan. And then U15 boys contested on 15 and 16. That's where they will remain throughout the day. And then U15 girls, as mentioned, will remain on 19 and 20. U12 boys will close things out on 21 and 22. 17 and 18 belongs to the U12 girls.
This is amazing watching these kids on 21 and 22. So the one kid threw a strike ball, left a 10 pin, throws his spare ball, but changes his hand position and rolls up the back of it. 12 years old. Two-handed too.
Or younger.
Oh, yeah.
Or younger.
Unbelievable.
Every year, the U12 divisions just continue to get stronger, which is just, you know, they know how to do much more so much earlier, so much younger. Oh, great shot.
Just throwing an 8-pin.
Well, I've seen a lot of 8-pins today,
wow,
which always makes me not in a good mood. Thank you, Jeff, by the way, watching on the EYT YouTube channel. It is Leah. There is young Leah. She is just took care of the spares. So Leah is clean. Olivia Cameron, high school graduate, graduated from Fenwick with plenty of honors. Also helped build the bowling program there at Fenwick High School.
and I drill her equipment. So
How about that?
so she's coming in this summer before she leaves for college, and we're gonna make some changes to her. She wants to make some changes to her thumb pitch, so we're gonna make some changes for her.
The bowling or the program that she is headed to is leaving me. I cannot remember what school she's going to. I wanted to say Morgan State, but I don't think it's Morgan State.
I don't think that's it.
Where's Mom? Oh, there she is. I'm going to ask. Actually, no. I'm going to utilize technology.
So did you see a lot of urethane going down the lane earlier, or was it kind of a mixture?
That's a great question. And so on the fresh, I did see a fair share of urethane. Riley was actually more or less surprised to see as much, but as it was happening, and there was still a decent amount of it thrown throughout the block. It looked like if you had a little bit of rev rate and kind of kept it in the tube in the track area, you could get it to get up the hill.
Okay.
If you threw it directly at the gutter, were very steep. That's what JT Grothis did for them, especially the first half of the day. I didn't really see him in the back half, but he was able to kind of just bounce it, and then of course it's urethane, so it would just kind of lay off at the end. He had a really good day doing that.
It's amazing how much it's used, not just in the regular tour or regular bowling, but now you're starting to see it in the youth. I bowled the 50 PBA 50 Masters this year, and I didn't realize how much urethane was being used by the older guys. I figured they would definitely be against it. But they were, you look pair to pair, and urethane was everywhere. So it's definitely a tool that you need to learn how to use.
Yeah, that's an interesting point you make. And but there were a few players, specific players, I guess, on the 50 that are kind of known to use urethane, like Dan Knowlton,
right,
for example. But yeah, I mean, JJ's out there using it. I think Chris Barnes uses it
all the time. So I crossed with Robert Smith.
Okay.
And you would think, you know Robert Smith,
right,
that on a double burn, that he would just move left and just crush him, right? He shot his worst set on the double burn.
Wow.
Because of so much urethane that was being used, he didn't know where his ball was going to go through in the first part of the lane. Now, on the fresh, you think he would struggle on the fresh, right? He pulls out urethane and goes 250 over.
That makes sense.
And he just ramboed him. So it's just the way, and then it's just, you got to learn. You have to learn. Not you have to learn how to use it. Now you have to learn how to play when people are using it when it's done, and that's sometimes the hardest part too.
It is Morgan State for Olivia Cameron, by the way. Again, the top two scores here on 21 and 22 do advance. And it's coming down to the wire. Let's see, Henry Mann, good finish here. He is going to advance, which means it's going to come down to Branson and Tristan. Oh, that's a good spare for Cameron. Keeps her in the game. And about 15, Leah Hopkins. So Hopkins is clean through 4.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh, and now Henry finds some trouble.
See, these kids are throwing urethane. The 12-year-olds. It's a black hammer.
The funny thing is, Branson needed that one to get into the 160s, and now he'll need a lot of help from Tristan here. When I first started seeing urethane in the hands of younger players, like in this age division, it was more or less to help them keep it on the lane, like keep a bowling ball on the lane. Now I think to some degree it's a small combination of that, but they also know what's happening or what it's going to do.
Right. Right.
Olivia can only get to 190 with a spare here. Moo Cole right now pacing in the 190s. 194 for Henry Mann. He is going to be advancing. Tristan's got to keep it on the lane, get a good count.
That's more than enough.
That's okay.
Yep.
6 is okay in that situation. Well, Tristan and Henry Mann are going to advance. We will welcome in the top 2 seeds here in U12 boys in a moment. First open frame there for Leah Hopkins and a Kale Butler over on 19 and 20. Nice spare anyway, though, for Tristan. Well done. Leah Basevic going to be involved. I think she's going to be handing out the lineup card tomorrow at the Chicago White Sox game. It'll be EYT day.
Very cool.
At the rate. Jade Mazinis, her first strike, clean through 6 frames. Is Jade again? U15 girls. They're going. They advance to the top 8. Top 2 seeds get 2 rounds worth of buys. The 3rd and 4th seed gets 1 round worth of buys. So the highest 2 scores on 19 and 20 will advance to the next round. Will eliminate 2 players. Meanwhile, Madison Cole, again, pacing in the right numbers. Just got to remain clean. Great shot.
Awesome. See, she's throwing urethane.
Wow.
She's got a really good ball roll.
Heck of a shot there. Another good example of just continued development on one's game with its physical, mental, but her ball roll has not completely changed, but definitely has changed over the course of the years as she continues to get older. She's got much taller, of course, but height runs in their family. There's still a path for Olivia. She's got some work to do here in frames 9 and 10.
Put some pressure on her here, throw a couple of strikes. You never know.
Zinnis with a big triple now. Oh, sorry, double, I beg your pardon. All right, that one was a little bit right. Congrats again to Bronson Jones. Or Branson, I beg your pardon. Nice day today. We will be eliminated here in our first round of the Eliminator Finals. Take a look next door here.
So on 19 and 20, we got the top 2 make it.
Top 2 will
Okay.
advance to the next round, and then we will welcome in the next 2, or essentially the 3rd and 4th seeds. Then we'll basically have a repeat. Top 2 will advance in that round. We'll welcome in the top 2 seeds. And then you can just kind of keep willing your way down until you get a title match.
Got it.
All right, Greek Church there for Jade. is all complete over on 17 and 18, and that was our U12 girls, so they are complete with round number 1. That's a good joke there by G. Take any Blake. Which is true. We will take any Blake. Either is great.
I walked in the back. They're like, "Oh, well, traded you for her." I'm like, "Trust me, you want the other one, not this one." The other one's a lot better at this stuff than I am.
All right, Nate Kale misses a single pin here in the 9th. Meanwhile, Hopkins.
Great shot.
Yeah, coming off of an open. So again, 2 advance to the next round here on 19 and 20. Meanwhile, Olivia Cameron did shoot 179. But Addison Cole had plenty and took care of business in the 10th frame. So she is going to advance. She will face Sarah Doty in the stepladder finals. U15 boys, U18 boys, U23 division, and the U15 girls all locked into a battle. The one thing we won't see, unfortunately, is oh, we might. No, we won't. No, we won't. Sorry. We will see there at 19 and 20. Ava Maza. Rich, that's someone to keep an eye on when she gets over to 19 and 20.
Okay.
She's the top seed, so we got another round before we see her, but she's the daughter of John Maza.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
He was one of my heroes growing up, man.
Well, he's here.
And lefty. Is he here?
Yeah, he's got on the.
Oh, okay. Hiding in the back.
Yeah, he's being a dad. Being a dad, which I respect.
Yep. He was good,
she
man.
Throws it great.
He was so good.
She throws it great.
She lefty too or righty?
She is right-handed.
Yeah, too bad. Probably better for her anyways, right?
Brandy, hello, Phil. Tyler Anderson, hello, Tyler. Henry is a super talented, absolutely. Our guy Xander, Xander was really good today. Also, put in a nice work, especially late, to hold on to a spot. All right, Leah. Leah, unfortunately, running out of frames here. So she can only get to 165. But Sevic is in good position. Of course, Jade is leading the pack. She's all but in.
Stay clean. Yep.
Brandy, good question regarding the U18 boys. They will be out of view until the final round, unfortunately. But because they have so many entries today, they took 10 for U18 boys, and they are handling essentially their preliminary match play rounds on lanes 9, 10, 11, and 12. I will try to keep you as updated as possible. Riley is down there handling that area. Are we into score mode on 21 and 22?
It looks like it, yeah.
We're still getting our practice shots.
Oh, okay.
Oh, but Sevic
making it.
Yeah, she did make it interesting.
Yeah,
but
she's making it very interesting. Yeah.
Not interesting enough, perhaps. Leah Hopkins can only get to 165, and of course Jade is going to advance. So here's the deal.
Yeah, you got some. Two bowlers can double. Oh no, only one.
Yeah, unfortunately, the
Yeah.
ninth frame open for Hopkins is
Right.
will eliminate her, but Nate Kale can double.
Yeah.
Get the requisite count to advance. So it'll be Zinnis. Nice shot there by Leah. Well, I've seen enough today to know about Leah. Even though I am positive I've seen Leah Hopkins bowl before, I just don't know where. Smooth lefty. I like the way the ball comes off her hand.
It's amazing, all of these kids, their balance at the line is, like, you know, they've been taught at a very, very young age to throw it the right way. Dead ace that one.
Both Butler and Hopkins missed spares late that put them in positions to either, of course, now be both on the outside looking in, but Butler still did have a chance. She needed to double in the 10th to even get that chance. All right, Nate Kale got to the finals once again. She continues to get better. But in this one, it is going to be Jade and Alea to advance. We'll welcome in the next two players in the U15 girls. They'll be the 3rd and 4th seeds respectively. And we'll go back next door for a bit. We got some flying schedule cards. Logan Jennings, I think he's getting his final couple shots in. Meanwhile, the final match in the U18 girls is now underway. Sarah Doty will have first ball. Excellent shot for Doty off the top. Here's the games for Doty today. 214, 199, 203, 193, 192, and then finish with 254.
Oh, okay. Pretty consistent. That just tells you that they make their spares because you don't shoot those 150 games in there. So if you grind out the 180, 190 games, that's perfectly fine because then you can shoot. Then when you get on a good pair and you shoot the 250, that's what you're looking for.
That one lays off from Moo Cole.
This is going to be a good match, I can tell you right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And Moo was number 3 seed. Didn't have her best today in regards to qualifying, but it's all about getting to the finals. And she is here, but has of course, a tall task here defeating Sarah Doty. And it feels like Doty just started bowling EYTs not too long ago, but she's just continued to rack up the wins. First in U15, and of course she's since moved up now to the U18 girls division. She's got a chance.
Oh, nice.
That looked like the pins weren't going to cooperate there.
I thought that was your thing, but then I saw it. I think it's an IQ Tour, the OG.
Can't go wrong with that ball.
I think I got a couple of those drilled in my bag.
Oh, I thought you were going to say you had a couple still not drilled.
I have a couple of those too, yeah. It ain't going anywhere, so we can still get them. Ooh.
All right, that's a good 9 right there. That did not look like it was going to be pleasant to look at Addison Cole's pin action on the 7 pin. It didn't look like something was going to make contact, but then it did. Kiefer.
That's really good. Wow, all that power.
He had been waiting for that part to develop. He was in urethane for,
I can see that,
what I thought was a probably almost all of qualifying.
Okay.
I remember watching him on 23 and 24, but it looked like a situation where, and again, always have to keep in mind that the players are young, right? So you're not quite sure what they're thinking. You know they got a pretty good idea. I would love to have tried like reactive on his fill shot, but I think this is what I envisioned. And this was like game 4-ish, maybe game 5. I saw him down here on that in our particular end. But your thing just wasn't quite making the corner for him. Kind of it would get lost in that that transition shuffle down lane, right? Because it's pushing oil right in front of the pocket.
So the front's like he tries to go straighter, and the front's will hook because the ball, the urethane just wants to hook. But then to get in and shape it, it's just. What is the length of this pattern? Do you remember?
42 feet.
Okay, so
great
with
split conversion too.
So 42 feet with urethane, probably at the end is probably looking at 45-ish about now.
Nice job by Tristan. U12 coming to play. That's hard to beat when he's splitting the 8-9 like that. The backup, by the way, on that 210 conversion by Tristan, showing all the tricks these young kids. Three in a row for Moo Cole. Doty has gone strike, 10 pin, 10 pin. That was a good understanding of
like, watch this kid Logan, his hand. He probably doesn't even realize how good his hand is at the bottom of the swing. It is amazing at the bottom. And it's just going to get better.
So I'm asking her, does she want to bowl next time? She's still like, so we'll see, but we'll be back at some point. Yeah.
I don't see you before, so tell her good luck. I don't see you before she goes.
Okay. All right, then. Thank you. See you.
Kiefer looking for the early triple. In the U12 girls division, looks like Leslie has advanced to the next round. I see Caitlin Stoll now along with Emily Schmidt, which means Schmidt too has advanced as well. Nehemiah Kiefer going to be throwing out the first pitch tomorrow.
Nice.
Talking about the amount of titles that Sarah Doty has run in a short time. Nehemiah Kiefer is he's on that short list of players who could break. Oh, good shot. 7-pin thought about standing. Could get into that Landon Jordan territory. Of course, Nehemiah's got a long way to go, but he has started so strong here in this U12 division. We'll be moving up in a couple of months regarding divisions. Tristan Wilms with another big fist pump. Oh,
wow.
Logan. The B12 again. That's what I find myself saying a lot now. Oh, the B12 again. Things you could do with a bowling ball. Amanda, the U12 girls are outside of camera range. They're on 17. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They're not outside of camera range. They're on 17 and 18. They took a moment to begin, as well as the U15 girls on 19 and 20. I'll get you back over there in just a little bit. And I'll at least add, or re-add, I should say, what's happening at the bottom right of your screen. Thank you for that note. Emily Schmidt did strike in the 6th frame. Looks like she's got the early lead between those 3 players. We double check our U12 girls standings. Yeah, Stahl was the top seed. Majors was 2nd, and Emily Schmidt was 4th. So that should be a low score would be eliminated there, and those 2 would advance, whoever is left, to the title match. Leslie is from just outside of Indianapolis, I did learn earlier. Oof. Ultimate price there for EMI Kiefer. Rich, when you look at, and obviously it's not your first UIT, but like I always say, it just keeps getting better.
It does. It's amazing. And just watch their ball roll and the direction of their balls. It's amazing that they keep the balls on line so well. Then you're just kind of curious of what weight balls that they're actually using to see the difference.
All right, Doty.
If this match doesn't go down to the 10th frame, I'd be really surprised.
Yeah, you called it from the beginning. Oh, look at Tristan. I think my favorite part about Tristan is his mentality and the fist pump.
He's in every shot. Every shot. Get it.
Oh, lean on it. 6 pin. 6 into the 10.
Because it's like they're almost playing the same part of the lane, and they throw the ball really similar.
Yeah, Moo's rev rate is just a little bit higher.
Right.
And so she's also throwing something completely different with regard to bowling balls. So she's been able to get a couple more 10 pins out as opposed to Doty. Just 30 pin match there, but still realistically anyone's contest.
Wow.
Got away with one there.
A little bit of the ball just burning up just a little quick with the surface on it. But you know what? You want to control the pocket, and that ball does it for her, and that's perfect.
Over in the U12 girls, leading the way currently, I believe, is Emily Schmidt. Caitlin Stahl, though.
Okay, so that just made it really interesting. Yeah, she missed the 8-pin.
So Caitlin can max at 221. Max scores for Emily Schmidt, 217. Max score for Leslie Majors is 191. They are heading into the 9th frame. Actually, Schmidt is in the 8th frame.
Tell he left at 4-9. Looked like he just made a little bit move in and just aced it off his hand.
I wonder at that age, and my guess is no, as 4-pin for Moo Cole. If I was kind of living and breathing on every shot, and I don't think I was because I wasn't that good at 12. Not even close.
Well, I started bowling at 11, so 12 would be no. Anyway, I definitely didn't throw it like this. Plus the equipment, you know, makes a huge, huge difference. And it's the knowledge, right? The knowledge of what's out there now compared to what we saw.
No, undoubtedly.
It's ridiculous.
It is a different game in that aspect. Quick look at Majors there, who looked like that was a 3-10. And Emily Schmidt had opened as well. So 170 remains for Leslie. She's
Great
got
spare.
her work
Great
cut out
spare.
for her. Doty, by the way, did strike. So we will take you back here to the 10th frame. I know Miss Soul is watching her daughter here, Emily, on 17 and 18. Try to get the 9th frame shot here for Caitlin.
Ooh.
That's got to hook a lot.
Yeah. He really got his hand around the side of that one.
All right, we'll get to Caitlin there, and good shot. Now back over to Doty. This is the 10th frame.
Ooh. 9th frame. 9th frame.
Excuse me. Thank you.
Nope, you're good. This is my favorite part of the game. Coming down to the 10th frame, 9th and 10th frame. Your adrenaline's going. You know you need to strike. This is the best part. I love it.
How do you keep your heart rate and your brain kind of thinking about
it's
just bowling?
Yeah, it's really it's got to keep it as simple as possible,
or
right?
Maybe you don't want to think about bowling.
Right.
Depends on the person.
Just keep it simple, right? You before you even step up on your approach, you know where you're going to stand and where you're going to look. You pick up your ball, you do your routine, line up your feet and go. If you stand there and look at what you want to do, it's not going to do what you want. Just let your body take over. You've practiced it so many times, you know what to do. Just let your body do it. Maybe one key thing to think about, one thing that you always have a trouble with, if it's a big first step or whatever, that's that one key you key on and that's it. But the less time you think, probably the better your shot, because you've done it so many times, your body knows what to do. So just let it do it.
Front 9 on 15 and 16, JT Grothus. Actually, it's the front 10.
Yeah, front 11 now.
Now it's the front 11. I think he's still playing where I was telling you before, too, just kind of tossing it near the channel. Meanwhile, Addison Cole can step up and shut out Sarah Doty.
All right.
Oh.
Tough little spare.
2-7. See if we can get a peek of JT off to the left there. His ball is on the left side of your screen. 299 there for JT. But Caitlin Stahl shoots 199. She's going to be advancing to another round here in the Eliminator Finals. Tristan Wilms still putting in work. Big spare here.
Nice.
It is handled.
Nice.
All right, so
count is really big here too. Count is huge. See, that's what you talked about. The back end's getting a little funky from the urethane, and they looked like a pretty good shot, and you just saw it get to the back part of the lane and just kind of go. We call it going forward. The ball doesn't want to go left; it just kind of goes forward, so it kind of burns up down the lane. Pretty good shot there. That was pretty good.
It's a quality 215.
Backup. Like, who would think about throwing a backup ball at
Right? I know,
It's amazing.
Right? That's how you made the 210 earlier.
Yeah.
Again, top 2 advance in our U12 boys situation here. At Logan with 183. A lot of ways for Doty to win this one. Strike on the first one will go a long way.
Pretty good shot.
Bang.
Oh, I got my first bang in the booth here. Awesome. Now I need one when I'm bowling and you're doing it back here. I need a bang from you.
I can do that. I'll just come watch you bowl. It'll be part of my link tree.
There you go.
Just it's like what's that? What was that service? Where was it Cameo?
Oh, Cameo.
People would pay to have their friends, celebrities say happy birthday. Well, Nehemiah gets out of trouble. Meanwhile, Doty.
Nice.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay. She needed 8 and 2 shots. It's not the way she would have preferred it.
8 is 8. Doesn't
But
matter how you get it.
8 is 8.
And she put it in the pocket, so it wasn't like a bad shot. She made a really good shot. So.
All right, so 183 on the board for Logan. Big spare there for Nehemiah. He too will be in the 180s. 186 is on the board here, and so Nehemiah is going to need 9.
Still needs a good shot here.
He needs 9 to advance. We could have a tie. Oh, he fist pumped on that one. I think he thought he threw it good. It looked good.
It looked a little left. It was a little quick. Big thing too, like we were talking about earlier, what you need to do when you need shots. You know your tendencies, right? If you know you get quick and you want to hit it a little bit more on those shots, make a little move. Don't be afraid to make that. Or if you know if you get slow, or whatever it is, know your game and what you do. I know my thing is I get a little bit more jacked, so I hit it a little bit more. So I'll make a board move or something just in when I need those shots, just to know you had a little extra room.
He's good though. I was looking at Logan Jennings' score.
183.
But it was Jennings who was the low at that moment. Nehemiah also thought the same thing. So it is Nehemiah and Tristan Wilms who will be advancing in the U12 boys title match. Congratulations to Sarah Doty, 217, 215. Doty is the U18 girls champion. We'll now see the U23 championship final on 23 and 24. Still bowling down on 17 and 18. Let's take a look at U15 girls, as they are just in the 6th frame, now in the 7th. Jade Kennedy Spears. Abigail Kowalski. And again, Leah Basevic. If you have any questions, let me check the YouTube channel. Appreciate everybody for tuning in. If you have not subscribed to the EYT YouTube channel, please do so. Channel continues to advance and adding various content elements, and got some plans, of course, for the future. So if you haven't already, we'd love for you to do that. There's plenty of videos actually already, kind of from the start. Some cool player profiles, some slow motion events, all right there. Again, youtube.com/Elite Youth Tour. Subscribe for free, just in case no one knows that. YouTube. Subscribe for free. I know when we say subscribe these days, there's generally a cost associated.
Usually a fee, yep. Usually something, yep.
It is free. Drop that link for you in the chat. All right, Kowalski. No love on the Brooklyn side. Kennedy Spears finished pretty strong to make sure she was in some of the top spots here in U15 girls. Puts the ball down and maybe makes a change, or maybe forgot to switch the interchangeable thumb. Spare for Kowalski. The Bull for Life jersey. Yeah, so Kennedy went to the spare ball. Always a good decision, generally speaking. Rich, do you give lessons too? I know Rochelle does.
I help out when I can.
Okay.
The shop gets pretty busy, so that's number one. But if I'm slow or she has like a group lessons coming, I always come out and try to help out as much as I can. We do a lot of high school kids, so we're trying to mold the high schools and try to get them to come out and bowl this stuff. So
What schools are in the
It's,
area?
it's Evanston and New Trier and Niles North.
Okay.
Or Niles South. I think they combine the schools for one team. So we have, after in the fall time, 3:30, 4 o'clock, the bowling center is packed with we're full house of high school kids till the league starts. So we love it. And then right now, we're doing all the lessons for the kids to get ready for next season. So it's been pretty cool. It's kind of like this, you watch them join as freshmen and then know how to bowl. Now they're seniors and they're like hooking the lane. So it's it's pretty cool. It's pretty fun to watch the growth. And both New Trier and Evanston have really good coaches and really good programs. They have junior, varsity, girls and boys. And then if you don't make the team, they still have a practice squad. So you can just come and practice if you want. They don't get as much attention, but at least you can come in and practice and try to get better for next and try to make the team for the next year. So it's pretty cool. No, the coaches keep asking us to help to take over the programs, but it's just that'll be way too much, too much time.
Nathan Noskow Sakai has started his championship match within the U23 division. We'll try to watch the end of this round for the U15 girls. So Kowalski, let's see, Basevic can get to 189. Zenis, I believe, is on the double. So she's got 180 left. Basevic, unfortunately, Kowalski with the 2-4-8-10. Basevic does drop, though, that max to 179, and that's with the spare here.
Well, that ball is really starting to pick up.
Speaking of Nehemiah Kiefer,
yeah.
That championship match has also started. So we got a couple of championship matches on 21, 22, 23, and 24. By the way, Addison Cole's brother, Dawson, is also bowling today. He's is in the finals. And I believe that's U18 boys. All right, so Spears can get to 197. All right, so he still has the advantage. Well, that was a big shot there for Kowalski.
That's a huge strike, yeah.
One more of those puts her in the 170s, and that could end up being potentially high enough to stay in this thing. You'd be asking for a double from Leah Basevic and 2 more in the 10th from Jade Mazinis. So this is a big shot here for Kowalski.
Anytime you can strike 2 and put pressure on your other competitors, you always want to do that.
I believe we have reached our championship match on 17 and 18 as well. Caitlin Stahl and Emily Schmidt. I don't think that's the first time those two have ever bowled against one another for a title on the line. Mazinis, that one is right of the head pin. Kowalski struck again, and just like that, now all of the pressure here is going to be on Leah Basevic, and of course Kennedy Spears got to make sure she handles business in the 10th frame. Don't want to give any.
All right, there you go.
Any openings.
Strike out in the 10th.
Well, that was clutch.
Yeah.
Clutch finish for Kowalski. Emily Schmidt. That's not a good break. A 9 out for Spears would be 175, which would mean that, again, Pacevic, no matter what, is going to need to double. But Spears could make sure she is in no matter what with a good shot here. Most importantly, a mark. That's online.
Great, great shot.
All right, so Kennedy is going to the next round. U15 girls, let's see that group again with Ava Maza and Olivia Titus. Titus, the young two-handed player, also a EYT champion. We'll see her next. We're moving quickly. Hold on, ball.
Oh, geez.
Moving quickly on 23 and 24. They're already in the fourth frame, but both Chloe and Nathan have only missed once through 3.5. All right, so it's going to be up to Alea Pacevic. She's going to need a double and 9. And will not have it. So Kennedy Spears and Abigail Kowalski, who struck out in the 10th frame after it looked like she was not going to have a chance to advance, does just what she needs to do. So Spears and Kowalski will advance, and then they will add to their pair Ava Maza and Olivia Titus, the 1-2 seeds. All right, let's take you to 21 through 24, and then we'll get you back over to Stahl and Schmidt here in a moment for their finish. In the booth, it's my guy, Rich Blake. Rich, go ahead and plug the pro shop and where the bowling center is.
We're in Morton Grove, or I'm sorry, Morton Grove, Mount Prospect, Chicago Bowler Shop. Been there for, this is our 4th season going, so been doing this pro shop stuff for over 20 years now. So we just moved into this new center a couple years ago, and it's been fantastic. So if you ever want to come by and get your fit checked or anything, just come on by. We're in Mount Prospect. It's a really good match here on 23 and 24. It's probably going to go down in the 10th frame here. I like Nathan's game here. It's nice and nice, simple game. Really good. And it looks like he's actually throwing urethane too, so.
All right, so 5th frame between Stahl and Schmidt. Kiefer.
There you go. Looks like he made a bigger move left. Just keep moving left. Just keep hooking it. That's all you need to do.
You see that weird little, what I called a tube earlier.
Yeah, right.
Which was used kind of for the good, but it's now too much push in that tube.
Right, too much.
And or it hooks early.
Right.
It's weird.
Right, right.
You're in that zone. Well, how about Nathan?
And I was just mentioning how straight he plays, and it's really good. He just keeps it in front of him. Doesn't do anything too crazy. Just keeps the ball on line.
He
and
never gives the pocket away.
Right. He's going to get 9. He's going to make a spare and go to the next frame.
The one important thing that we noticed about Nathan, it was at last year's Battle Royale. He had really well, we noticed, Riley and I, that his ball speed was slower.
Okay.
And, good carry there on the 7-pin for Chloe. And so we asked him after the squads were over, and he said he had been working on that with the St. Francis, Illinois coaches, because he threw it much. He can get up to, I'm going to guess he could probably hit 22, 23 miles
Just
an
get
hour.
going. Yeah.
But every now and then, of course, he would lose carry. His carry would go down because it's just a little too fast and not giving the ball enough time to make the transition move down lane. And but you can see ball speed is where it needs to be.
Right.
Another great spare by Tristan Williams. His spare game has been really good today. Ciziga.
That's so good. Let's have this, like her and the other two girls that were just here, throw it almost identical, all three of them. They keep their hands behind it. They just roll the ball at the back of it.
I don't know what the next level item is for Chloe. You know, she just wrapped up her collegiate career, and the best way you can do it, won the Hoosier Classic, threw the shot to get him there or to win the title. They make nationals for the first time as a program at Judson. And of course, she graduated. And so naturally the next thing is to, bowl a few events on tour and see what that's like. But I hope she continues to bowl at a high level, because she is just scratching the surface. She's just reaching how good she could potentially be.
See, it's almost like he needs to get 10, 15 left of where that is, because like you talked about, that tube is just gone, and you got to create a different angle, the shape to the pocket, and he just needs to get away from where he's at. We always saw go to a different zip code and try something different, just because that zip code is not working. So,
wow, that's a good spare attempt. That and so what you just described to, and when I see young players like Nehemiah, kind of get to that point to where, that's their next level of development.
Right.
Yep. They're at a great point, but especially with bowling, there's so many more layers to get to, especially with regard to lane play, and then the lane play and understanding what ball to throw when you need to make that move as well.
And you know what? And that's what separates a lot of the great bowlers from the good bowlers. They all throw it good, right? It's who can make the move faster and who can see it quicker and get the other. And it's not even like making hand changes anymore. It's making ball changes and zone changes now. It's not making the hand changes. Yeah, if you need a little bit of tilt change, but you need to make that big move, and it's with your roll now. So. And he's young, and he's so strong that he knows he can just overpower it. And if he can learn how to just manipulate it, just have a little touch at the bottom, man, that's going to be tough.
In our all Minnesota final, it's a pretty close match. And of course, they're going at the same pace as 23 and 24. So I'm going to do my best to try to time it. All right, so Ciziga's going to go first. Stahl just doubled. She's got 106 in the sixth. And, of course, they're going at the same time.
Push. Bam.
Okay.
Can I give a bam out, or I can't steal that from you? I have to come up with my own.
You can borrow it.
I can borrow it. I have to pay you. I have to pay you for it, or what?
I might need to put some royalty situations on this thing, because I do hear it randomly. It's kind of funny.
But it's pretty cool. That's people that you've done it so well that people want to copy it. So it's pretty cool.
And to be fair, I always tell people, Mike Breen is one of my favorite NBA announcers, and he is the king of bang in basketball. And so when I call basketball, I do not use it.
Okay.
It's actually hard for me to get it out of my vocabulary when I'm calling basketball, but I try not to use it for those reasons. All right, so Noskow, he's got 280 max, but on his heels. Still is Chloe
not
Ciziga.
give up, yeah.
This is a most strike here.
Little right.
Oh, Nathan. All right, quick look. I didn't want to replay right there. What I wanted was 17 and 18. So Schmidt, single pin in the ninth. Her max is now 183. Tristan Wilms is still in this thing. against Nehemiah Kiefer. It's going to make him show up in the 10th frame as well, potentially. See Aiden Lee making his way down here. His day might be over.
Wow.
Oh, 10-pin wiggled for Tristan.
I think he really liked that shot, and I liked the fact that he trusted it.
It was a good shot.
And he really trusted it right to get it to come back. He didn't try to force it into the pocket.
4-pin there for Caitlin. And she is in really good shape. Just got to remain clean. Oscar.
A little quick with his hand on that one. Try to jam it.
So the situation now for Nathan is this. Certainly needs to make the spare. But Chloe's going to have a chance to win no matter what.
But make the spare and get count and force her to have to throw everything that she needs.
Shot by Caitlin. 9 out there would give her 183. We could have the possibility of a tie. Good spare by Noskow. Kiefer.
He's just kind of just stuck, but he's okay. Make a spare.
Wilms threw 169 at him. Here is Stahl. Mark, and she's a winner. Oof, that was almost trouble. 457 was up there momentarily. Ava Mazza getting her final practice shots in. Same thing with Olivia Titus. Spare here. We got ourselves a champion. All right, now make it official. She's got to stay behind the foul line. And Nathan with 7 on the fill, so he's going to add 254. Nehemiah Kiefer got himself another U12 title. It's as simple as what we just talked about with him. So good, so quick. Meanwhile, Stahl official for the win. And there it is. Caitlin Stahl. U12 girls, top seed. And she wins the title here in June at Arlington Heights. And now Chloe needs 2. Did not like it. That one felt like it just hurt a little bit of that double bounce there.
Yep.
And Nathan Noskow Sakai is going to take home the U23 title today. Saziga, I think she ended up leading in U23. She was tied for the lead going into the final game. Yeah, she was the #1 seed in U23. All right, so we've got 1 championship match down, 1 championship match down. We've got 3 championship matches completed. Looks like 19 and 20 is going to be our main source of bowling here in the foreseeable future. Oh, check that, I beg your pardon. U18 boys, boy, are they already to their final match?
Yeah, it looks like it's 1-on-1, yeah.
Okay, Aiden Lee. I was thinking they were here, or they would be here 1 round later. All right, so Aiden Lee's going to get some practice. Same thing with Dylan Balone. Important item to note about Dylan Balone. His name is actually on the marquee here at Arlington, congratulating him for bowling the first 300 on the new lanes.
Oh, very cool. Oh, yeah. Very cool.
Looks like our U15 boys championship match as well is going down. So what's happening on 19 and 20, just an FYI, this is essentially the semifinal round.
Finals, yep.
So the top 2 scores will advance to the title match. So we will have the U15 girls. That'll actually close us out today.
Goodbye, idle. Goodbye, idle. Get rid of the idle. That's good. Same thing. Yes, again. Rock star again.
Kowalski, if you're just joining us, Abigail Kowalski struck out in the 10th frame to be one of 2 players to advance from the previous round. That's Ava Maza, who is
that is you were correct. That was pretty good.
by all accounts would be one of our next youth superstars. She's got everything that it takes, I think, to do that. Brother Sean helping keep Aiden on the right path with regard to bowling balls. We'll see who goes first on 21 and 22. We'll start there, or I'm sorry, we'll keep it here for now. And you can see that at the bottom of your screen. Olivia Titus, Kennedy Spears, Abigail Kowalski, Ava Maza. 4 players, semifinals 19 and 20. Figure out who's bowling in the U15 boys title match. I see Dawson Cole, unsure of their opponent. Great question, Patty. Well, great 2 questions. Who won for U18 boys? That is being determined, about to be determined right now. So you have not missed that title match. It's actually going to be on the bottom right of your screen. Early miscount, or I should say count miss there for Dylan Balone. Here's Aiden Lee on your screen. Interesting here, Rich, just thinking about watching Nehemiah on this pair, right? So Aiden starts in the zone that I think we were talking about that Nehemiah would want to get to.
Right, yep. Yeah, he's 10 boards left of where he was. Yep, exactly. And he left a 10 pin, but that's fine because at least you know the ball's in the pocket.
All right, so both players early lead for Aiden, but certainly doesn't want the miss makeable there. Maza started spare double. To your second question, Patty, yes, the new divisions, or I should say really there will be an added division here on the Elite Youth Tour. It will follow what the USBC has moved to with regard to their division. So it'll be U12, U14, U16, and U18. Those will be essentially the standard divisions, and of course, we'll still have a U23 division for our collegiate-aged athletes. But the 2 new additions will be U14 and U16. And the Elite U Tour will follow suit with regard to those divisions. And that will begin in August. The tour season also follows the USBC standard or league season, if you will, which starts on August 1st and ends on July 31st. The only thing I know for sure is that I am way too old for either division.
Been a couple years, right?
We would have to keep adding divisions to now reach my new age demographic.
So you're in that weird, like, in between where I was for a while until I hit 50. So I was like, you know, you're like, I don't know if I can compete with the kids, but, like, let me get to 50 so I can try to compete with these guys.
Oh, man. I am looking forward to, and I'm still on the lower side of 45, right? I just turned 41 last week. So I still got plenty of years and time to go. It doesn't feel like it anymore.
Goes by quick, dude. Goes by quick.
Good shot by Titus. But I am looking forward to the possibility of a PBA 50. As someone who wanted to go on tour as a youngster, it's like, you know, and I always said, all right, I fell in love really with this part of my professional life. Is what I wanted to do off the lanes as far as broadcasting is concerned. And I started to focus on that the last couple of years of college and less about not necessarily bowling, but certainly the bowling on tour part. But, you know, bowling will always be around. And thankfully it is.
Yeah, right.
And I certainly hope it will continue to be.
And let me tell you, the 50 tour,
they're great.
These guys are good, man.
They're great.
Even the guys you don't know, you know, the guys that didn't bowl on tour but bowl locally all the time and won tournaments everywhere. You know, those are the guys. I think those are the guys you have to watch out for.
Yep.
Because you know that Chris Barnes is and all those guys are going to make the cut. So it's the other guys. And, like, you know, I bowled the Masters, and we had 320 entries. That's insane.
Yeah, that was the senior Masters.
Yeah. It's insane. And you have to get it's not as quick as the regular one, but I think it sold out in a week. That's still pretty quick.
It was relatively quick.
Yeah. I know you talked about Mazzo over here.
Mm-hmm.
So these are the things that we do when we coach. We always break the swings down and your approach down into 2 sections. So you get to the foul line, and then you explode afterwards, right? It's like when you throw a pitch, right, or a football. You pull back is 1, throw the ball 2. You can see she gets back, bam, there she goes through it. You can definitely see the 2 parts in her swing, which is unbelievably good.
It's one of those things. Like, I mean, you assume certainly that Dad has been obviously just kind of, you know, front and center with regard to coaching the assistants portion. And then,
but are you at that age where you don't want to listen to Dad? That's the problem too, right?
You know what's funny? I've heard that today more so than maybe any other year to this point working out on tour. Just talking about coaching and parents understanding that they are now the voice that their kids still love, but with regard to the knowledge that they need, it's not translating in the same fashion,
right?
At this point in time,
because it's
need
because
that different voice,
right. The parents are there to give me some water, maybe a hand clap in the back, fist pump. That's what the parents, that's what they need to focus on. But it's it's the knowledge is it's out there now with the internet and everything. The kids on YouTube and everything, these kids pick up on it so quick that they know way more than they should know at that age, and they're gonna know more than their parents do. Even the ones that bowl, maybe they bowl league, but
right.
It's a totally different game, like we and I have talked about, and their knowledge of sitting up all night watching YouTube videos about stuff. I can't.
That's a good life. I couldn't imagine being this age right now, like just thinking about all the things that and the resources that are available.
Right.
And that's something we always talk about, just the resources. Again, you just mentioned one, the internet. Not everything is great on YouTube, but there's a good vast majority that is, especially related to bowling.
Right. I mean, if you take a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little bit of that, and it's kind of like, well, my game, I like to do this, so let me just see what this does. And you could get on the lanes and practice those things and try them. We couldn't do those kinds of things. Good little ball change here by Aiden. Made it switch back to his idol. A little smoother, not as jumpy on the back, so a little control over the pocket. See, and there's that urethane push. If he could just get around it a little bit more, I think he'd be okay. Good little match over here on 19 and 20.
Impressed with young Dylan Balone here.
Got
pretty
that big,
solid.
yeah, he's got that big backswing, but you know he keeps his left shoulder way in front of his right shoulder, and that's a big key, right? Because everybody wants to throw the ball with their shoulder, so their right shoulder always comes over the top, and because you want to create power, so you think you have to throw it with your shoulder, but by keeping that right shoulder behind the left shoulder, that's how you create more power, and then you can get the ball more underneath you, underneath your chin, and get through the ball. But the one thing that when we do lessons, the biggest thing is everybody throws the ball with their right shoulder. That was really good. Kept that one in the oil, let it flow through that oil where the urethane was being used, and
If you could give advice on how to, and it is pattern dependent certainly, but things to kind of keep an eye on is probably the best way to think about it. When you know that urethane has been used, and the later it goes, and you're going pair to pair, things to keep an eye on.
usually the first thing that goes is the front part, especially on a flatter pattern, right? On these patterns, the front of the lane is going to go first because the laydown point is where the ball's hitting the lane, and that's going to dig up the oil the fastest, right? So the front part of the lane is going to go first. So you got to get left of that to go around it. But now, like we talked about, the 42-foot pattern is a 44, 46-foot pattern now because the oil is pushed down the lane. So you have to be careful about where it is down the lane. So it's crazy, right? You look at these patterns, and do the patterns really mean as much as they used to?
Sure.
Right? They do for about a game or two, but it doesn't matter anymore. It's just how did it develop, and then you can move in and create more hook down lane. Shape, people want to call it hook down lane. It's you got to find to get the ball get rolling into the pocket the right way. And it's just like there's so many variables now, right? You go asymmetrical, symmetrical, you can go pearl, right? And to me, and as drilling balls, if I've done for 20 years, it's changed so much, right? In the last 10 years, surface is like, when we were growing up, we didn't know about surface on a ball, right? We didn't know what that did. But surface is huge now, right? It's 75-80% of what the reactions the ball is going to do. You know, drilling helps. Like you can drilling and asymmetrical or whatever, but those are like tweaks, right, to get the ball to shape where you want it to. But the surface of the balls is mostly what's going to happen. That's why I think when the guys throw these urethane balls, I'm like, you can drill them all the same and just put different surfaces on them, and they're going to do totally different things down the lane. So.
On your screen, able to create a little bit of a mini split screen because the players are kind of so close. It'll look like opposites on your screen, but of course, Balone, who wiggles a 4 after he just opened in the previous frame. He's on the left, along with Aiden Lee. Down the right side of your screen, 4 players vying for 2 spots in the title match. And the U15 girls, nice job by Olivia Titus. She's an EYT champion. Keyword important for Olivia has been clean. Same thing for Ava Maza. And those two are really showing why they've been kind of the top 2 seeds just based on what they are doing here through the first couple. But Aiden Lee still with some life here.
Get this one here, and then worry about the 10th frame. But you need this one here.
Good shot.
Great shot.
Again, Dylan Balone, who shot 300, and he was the first player to shoot 300 on the new lanes. Could possibly win an Elite Youth Tour title. Maybe even the same week.
So how many two-handed girls have you been seeing? Not a ton.
That was a good discussion we had
slowly,
earlier. Yeah, the number is certainly on the uptick.
Yeah.
Without question. I see more almost every. I feel like almost every youth event.
Okay.
I see a couple more. I mean, there's several really, really good ones at the collegiate level already.
Great shot.
Really good. Handful. No, I shouldn't say a handful, actually. Just a couple. Most notably, Nora Johansson from Sweden. She's come over and bowled on tour for a few events the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, we've had a couple high school girls want to try it, and it's just, you know, it's very different for the girls because their body shapes are just a little, and they're growing, and their bodies are changing, especially in the women. It's a little bit different how they have to get the ball around their hips a little bit differently than the guys do. So it's been a little bit of a challenge learning it, but it's fun. You know, it's a cool challenge to learn. But man, it's very different. It's, you know, you can teach the guys the one way, but it's a little bit different with the girls.
Nice shot by Aiden Lee, who got to +1 and was trying to figure out if he was even going to be able to make the top 10 today. And he ended up finishing 8th, which is U18 boys took 10 today. Made it all the way to the title match. It's a very good run.
All you have to do is make it, right? Make it through the cut, and it's a second, then it's another tournament. So.
But nice job here by young Dylan, and he started actually on 21 and 22 this morning. I remember seeing him here during the March event as well. He caught our attention pretty early. Young, talented, plenty of game. That's all right, young man.
I needed, yep.
Congratulations to Dylan Balone and his pronunciation, Balone like Post Malone, as he told us earlier. And now to the lone match remaining at this point. U15 girls who just about decided in regards to who is going to go to the title match. Boy, Titus got the right count, as did Mazza.
Right.
Spears still had a
She had an
opportunity.
outside chance. Yeah, yeah. I was trying to do the math really quick.
Yeah, there was more late single pin misses. We've seen that a
Right.
couple of times from some of our athletes here. Nice clean game though from Titus, 215. Again, Mazza will sneak out of there. The best Kennedy can get to is 213.
Oh, jeez.
Great shot. Well, we'll see Kennedy tomorrow at the rate. She's either going to give the lineup card or the game ball.
That's the last match we got here, right?
Yep, this is the last one
Wow,
coming up.
nice.
Just for the record, too. So Mazza went plus 56 during
Nice.
qualifying. Titus went plus 16. So by far the two best in their division today, but two of the best with regard to any division.
Plus 50 is pretty good on these patterns.
Sandy still watching. Thank you, Sandy. Joan. Tommy Creightonpoth was rooting for Aiden Lee. They did answer Patty's questions. Again, thank you, Patty. We've got one championship final left. It's going to be the top two seeds, U15 girls.
Wow.
It'll be Ava Mazza and Olivia Titus.
They're going to finish on 19 and 20, or they're going to move them?
No, they don't have to move.
Okay, so they're going to stay on 19 and 20.
Normally we move divisions to get them on
On
live
screen. Oh,
stream
gotcha,
pairs.
gotcha.
But we're covered there, so
Okay.
they are A-OK.
All right, so they both shot 215 this game. Mostly all 9 counts. It's going to be another close match.
Well, you know, if we get the same score again, I'm all about some bonus bowling. I might move our camera actually, just so we can
get the middle of it.
We can get directly.
Getting ready for this final match. It's going to be a pretty good one here. Two really good girls throwing the ball right now. See what happens with these lanes, how they develop into this championship match here. Probably gonna start to hook just a little bit, so we'll see if they'll make the adjustments in the moves. Keep the ball in play and keep the ball in the pocket.
She's done until JJ's here.
All right.
Are they not yet? We have a dollar.
Yeah, you can. If she's done, you might as well just roll it through.
Yeah, because we have to say, we have
Looks like she's putting some notes down. Probably when she goes back to that lane. See what kind of move she's gonna make going in. Sure, when she goes back to that right lane, she's gonna make a little bit of a move. Cause she threw a really good shot, so it just hooked on her. So, see what kind of move she makes. Or I made a little bit of a move on that lane too. That was a really good shot off her hand. Goes to the spare ball for the spare. I think that's a big key that these kids nowadays just go straight at every spare, especially on the tougher shots.
All right. I tried to make some adjustments, but we had some folks kind of get in the way.
Don't they know who you are?
Well, one of them was JJ.
Okay.
And I was like, well, I got to talk to JJ briefly. All right, let's get your good scoreboard. Good scoreboard here.
Yep.
All right. Here we go. Shout out to Carrie, too. Linda was watching from the Antigua airport. Chloe's mom, by the way, was wrapping up vacation. She was in Antigua.
Very nice.
I have to put that on my list.
Yeah, never going to make it there.
All right, so our champions today so far, U12 boys, Nehemiah Kiefer. U15 boys, Dawson Cole. U18 boys, Dylan Balone. U23, Nathan Noskow Sakai. U12 girls, Caitlin Stahl. U18 girls.
So her last shot in that lane, she went high. Came back, made her got the count, came back and wrote something down in her notebook in the back. So guessing it was what move she was going to make when she went back to that lane. And then she went 4-pin on the left lane. So let's see if she makes a move on this one. But
I know everyone doesn't use or take notes during bowling, but with the understanding or the knowledge base of just everyone certainly at this level, but the collegiate level, and certainly at the professional level. Journals, notebooks is a very common thing. And so for her to kind of be in that practice at this age is pretty cool. Oh.
You see it on the 50 levels just because we forget. That's the problem. So we have to write it down.
Titus.
Great shot. The running joke was they should leave pencils for the scores on the table and reading glasses so that we don't have to grab them out of our bag. It should be mandatory. Great shot. Wow.
What a double.
Like if you watch those two shots, you couldn't even tell they were different. They're same way off her hand.
What a double. Our final match here, folks.
Stop.
Wow. 7-pin.
Wow.
And the way this match is going, that could be the difference. Ma's already putting up strong numbers. A couple years of high school bowling complete in Michigan.
They still have the bowling center out there?
That I don't know, but what was the name of it? If
I don't remember. Yeah, I know when he left the tour, I know he opened a bowling center. So.
I believe Maz's first title was at the Florida Open, like in 1991.
Being a fellow left-hander, he was one of the guys I looked up to, wanted to bowl like. He would be in my top 5.
Who else might be in your?
Parker's one.
Sure.
Jason Couch. Maz, Patrick Allen. Then there's a really good, Ricky Ward. How good did he throw the ball?
Love that guy.
Yeah, he threw it so good. He just didn't win a lot, but man, he threw it good. 7-10.
That's a tough break.
Two shots that you think you throw really well, and you come out of there with one spare.
This one far from over, but Titus, I learned that she is from St. Louis, bowls out of St. Charles Lanes, which is where I bowled collegiately.
Okay.
Same facility, St. Charles Lanes. That was our practice center. Spent a lot of time there. They put together a lot of great sport leagues, youth leagues. A couple colleges now compete there or practice there. Lindenwood has always practiced there, but I learned earlier that Missouri Baptist also practices there.
Okay. St. Louis is a lot of good bowlers, man. Wow, great shot. I think I'm going to start two-handed this weekend. I'm going to switch.
You would never hear me tell someone don't switch.
Don't switch, right?
You should give it a try. And I really mean this, folks. Like if you ever thought about it, like even if you just did it in practice or whatever, just to see the motion and what your body actually has to do and go through to even remotely come close to doing it right.
Oh, geez. I've had plenty of people come in the shop, oh, I want to try two-handed. Okay, so we just take a plug ball, drill it. A week or two later, yeah, that's not going to work. Yeah, I can't do that. Because they watch these guys on tour, and they make it look so easy, and it's not, so I just want to create more power. Well, I understand that, but you have to do it the right way. And it's happened too many times. They come back, yeah, nope, that's not going to work.
a lot of the times, I think what I've learned too is talking to various coaches. You know, one-handed players and two-handed players do a lot of similar things. Like, so at certain points in the approach toward the foul line, they're getting to the same place in their in the swing, balls into the swing. Obviously, it looks different from the two-handed perspective, but they're doing the same things, especially like steps 3, 4, 5. Big shot here.
Get out. I think the biggest thing is the release, where people think they have to use their offhand to make the ball hook, where I think that's the point where it's almost the same as a regular bowler.
Yep.
Because your thumb's already out of the ball either way. So you don't have to use the left hand to spin the ball. And that's the biggest part of trying to get people to get the left hand not to do anything.
The Mazza practice swing, part of that pre-shot routine. See a lot of other high-level players do that. I feel like her ball's starting to kind of burn up a little bit.
Just a touch.
Still with a couple of frames left here. Not out of it yet. But the way Olivia has bowled, you don't anticipate her to make any mistakes. In fact, this is now, what, 17 in a row clean? Mazza went right back to
her notebook. Yep.
Her notebook.
Yep.
Double checking what lane 19 has to offer here.
She's making a ball change. Looks like a ball change.
It is the right move. Hopefully not too late.
Really early. That hooked really quick.
Of course, our next event, folks, is next Sunday. It's a rare Sunday event for the Elite Youth Tour. Didn't want to have you out bowling on the day after Independence Day, July 4th, where you'd be out enjoying fireworks and partying and barbecuing and all of those things that we do. So we gave you the Sunday, a whole day to rest up. It'll be at Arena Lanes in Oak Lawn, Illinois.
She could just step up and make some really good shots here and just end the match.
There it is.
Wow.
6 and to the 10. Beautifully done. Didn't quite stick the landing as she had in previous shots, but I've seen Olivia Titus now a few times, and each time she's gotten better than the last time I saw it. She wastes no time, too, on the approach.
And that's good. And then less time to think. Just get up there. You know what you got to do. Get your foot where you need it. Look at your target and just go. Because you can talk yourself out of a lot of things when you're standing on the approach.
Just a great point. All right. Would love to get count. She does. So, with that said, max score now for Ava is 204. All right, so there's a possibility of a tie, obviously,
Exactly.
but we got to get to that point.
Make your best shot you can right here.
Ava, who was not looking, she was not watching what Titus was doing. She was actually writing in her notebook, talking to her dad as well. Does she stick with the ball that she switched to? Is the question. It looks like she is.
Yep.
With a chance to at least be in the thick of it in the 10th frame.
Same process every time, right? Swings the arm, takes a deep breath. Lines up her feet and just goes.
Gotta have it.
Yeah. A little too much. Yeah, the ball wants to start a little early. Got a little forward down the lane. Looks like she got it to where she wanted it to. It just got forward down the lane and never made the move. It's easier to say from back here, so maybe it was a shinier ball, an asymmetrical ball, just to get through the fronts, and then something asymmetrical to just dig in the back a little bit more. But it's hard, you know, frames go by really quick, and you got to make that decision really fast.
She looks certainly disappointed, and you understand why. Olivia's dad talking to, I assume that's your dad. I shouldn't say that, but I heard him over. That's how I learned that we had a St. Louis player. I heard him talking this morning when I got here, and then I learned through Dennis Easley, who is from St. Louis. I like the opportunity to learn here.
Right. So go to the shiny ball. See what it does.
Try to get an idea of what that was.
I think black. I'm gonna guess it's a virtual energy blackout, but I could be wrong. Yeah, it's really hard to tell.
Now it is mathematically over. I don't know if this is Ava's first event. It's my first time seeing her for sure. But I'm never here for a full 12 event EYT season.
I'm sure my wife would know.
You're right.
she would know.
I could text her right. All right.
There you go. Yeah. Probably just bumped a little right off the last shot, and yeah, I think that duller ball just wanted to read a little too fast.
Well, this moment belongs to Olivia Titus. It's okay. I tell you, I don't know if she, obviously Lindenwood is literally in her backyard. Coach Phil Vida, I'm sure, is already thinking ahead on what the program could look like. But I tell you, it'd be much better with Olivia Titus in it.
Definitely.
Congratulations to Olivia. 192-179, the official score. And now it is time to present all of our champions. We'll have our customary backdrop entrance here in a moment. Dee will provide us with the presentations of additional scholarship winner certificates as well.
Well, thanks for letting me sit in and help out for a little bit.
Always a pleasure, Rich. Thank you so much, and man, congrats on continue to do great business. I know it's really busy at Classic, which is great. Love to hear when bowling centers are busy, and that means obviously a great thing for you.
Definitely. Thank you, and good luck for everything. What you got going on next? Anything?
Up next, well, next week, EYT. Oak Lawn, then on to Green Bay, actually.
Okay. Oh, for Junior Gold.
Yeah, we got the PWBA Anniversary Open.
Okay.
First, and then Green Bay. Oh, I'm sorry, Junior Gold to follow, and then the Lucy after that.
Excellent. That's a great event.
All right, so awards presentation time. And with that, of course, Megan Smith standing by to take care of that. And Rich, when might we see you again?
Don't know. I got a bunch of tournaments just coming. I got the LBC next Saturday. So
Okay.
I got that next Saturday, and then a bunch of tournaments after that. So yeah, I'll be stopping by.
All right.
So thanks again, and have a great rest of the day.
Bowl well next week.
All right.
That is Rich Blake, the husband of Rochelle Blake, who's one of our valued staffers.
Logan.
Nice job today by Logan Jennings. Ninth title in U12. Nine titles for Nehemiah. U12 girls, second place, Emily Schmidt today. Of course, Caitlin Stahl taking home the title.
Literally had that this morning. Me too. But that's not me. I try to wake up early to eat something good, but it doesn't happen. I don't have time.
Kennedy Spears, Abigail Kowalski tying for third place. Kennedy will be involved again with the White Sox game tomorrow, EYT Day at the rate. Today's runner-up, she was a first-time participant, Ava Maza, the daughter of PBA champion John Maza. Olivia Titus. Big thank you to all of our sponsors, Fast Track Physio, Storm, H5G, of course, Bullstream TV, that's me, Dexter, Yale Volschel, and Turbo. And all of the wonderful brands, partners, parents, family members, loved ones who support from a long distance perspective, right? Watching the live stream. JT. Eli Franco didn't get the victory today, but boy, He had himself a day. Shot 289 and 298 today. Dawson Cole. It's fun watching, again, the youth just grow up, but in Dawson's case and his sister Addison's case, they literally are growing up. Dawson looks like he's, I don't know, at least 6'3". Addison, the runner-up. She fell just short to Sarah Doty here today.
I guess, yeah, it had to be at least something
Six-time champion now, Sarah Doty. Well, she is moving right on up the title leaderboard.
I remember last year, Bats was cut. I shot 230, jumped in. He's from Wisconsin. I'll ask when I go. Yeah, Wisconsin. Wisconsin. That has to be like really southern Wisconsin. Yeah, there we go. You said it right.
Zach Rothus and Jacob Holste having a little fun there with D, who always mispronounces his name. Maiden lead, today's U18 boys runner-up. Headed to Judson. He will begin his collegiate career. First-time champion Dylan Balone. So he's got an Elite Youth Tour title, and then he also shot the first 300 game on the new lanes here at Arlington Lanes.
My first UIT was this place last year, so the one last year. Yeah, I got the same place. I got 7 points. I didn't even get my buy-in. So that was my first one. I'm pretty sure I got this place. Yeah. So whenever I make cut here, I always get like at the UITs. I never did anything better. I've gotten 5th one time. That was when they did like a just predicted. They love spelling my name. Did they really? They do it. I don't care.
All right, U23. I think we'll have U23 next.
Are you doing next week?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, Nathan Noskal Sakai, the U23 dub today.
See you, Aiden.
See ya, bro. See you next week.
All right, we'll have our champions photo. Well, I tell you what, I don't know what Dylan Malone's plans are, but he's off to a good start with regard to I don't know if he's going to bowl in college, wants to bowl in college. Nehemiah Kiefer, of course, great start to his Elite Youth Tour and youth career. Caitlin Stahl, Emily Schmidt, they're going to bowl in college if they want to, but there's no doubt that they would bowl in college. Same thing for Sarah Doty and Olivia Titus. Yeah, we watched Ava Maza. I mean, we watched some players today really get it done. A lot of varieties of style and play, but I think we'll have some collegiate stars and maybe even some professional stars. Want to thank everyone here at Arlington Heights Lanes, Mike Style and his wonderful crew. Our second time here in just a couple of months. We were here in March. Again, next week we head to Oak Lawn, Illinois. That is a Sunday event, July 6th. That is a Sunday event. And then that'll conclude the 2024-2025 season. And the 25-26 season will begin in August. Excuse me. Lining up the final photo. All right, folks, with that said, that's going to do it. One more photo for Olivia Titus' dad. Well-deserved now, multi-time champion here on the Elite Youth Tour, making that 4.5 to 5 hour drive, depending on where they live and what bowling center they're going to, of course, in the Chicagoland area. Pretty cool stuff. Big thank you to, of course, our staff here. Congrats to Corbin Sadowski, officially ran his first tournament as tournament director. And another cool celeb in the building, John Janowitz. JJ, who made the show at the South Shore Open, was also bowling the PBA 50-60 regional doubles event down the street at Beverly Lanes. He came over to hang out for a minute. So again, congrats to Corbin, our tournament director today. congratulations to Rochelle's got some cool things going on and couldn't be with us today, and she'll be in and out, but she's fantastic, of course. All right, folks. For Corbin, shout out to Riley Smith, Megan Smith, Steve and Jawan, and all of our crew, Amanda, Aretha, and everybody in between. We will say so long for now. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We'll leave you with a look at our sponsors. Again, thank you to Fast Track Physio, Paul Schroeder. Make sure you check him out if you need some sports recovery and rehab. FastTrackPhysio.com. Follow him on Instagram. Of course, Storm, H5G, Bullstream TV. Please like and follow the Bullstream TV Facebook page, and also the Bullstream TV YouTube channel, where I like to stream multiple events, of course, throughout the year. Dexter Turbo and Gail Volschel. With that said, we'll see you next Sunday at Arena Lanes. For our entire crew and staff and everyone here at Arlington Lanes, we say so long for now. My name is Emil Williams Jr. We'll see you next week. This has been a presentation of our June event here on the Elite Youth Tour. Congrats to all of our champions. We'll see you next week.